City Strategy and Delivery Committee meeting. Please let me or the democracy advisors know if you intend to leave the meeting. Morning tea will be at 10:30. Please note that we will be voting to move into public excluded session for the final item on the agenda. This is to protect the privacy of natural persons in relation to CCO board appointments. Now join me in Karakia. Fakataketehu ituru, fakataketehu tiguru, kiama kina ki uta, kiama taratara kitai, he ake ana te atikura, he tio, he huka, he hu, ti he mauriora. Apologies if there are none, no need to be moving. Any apology?
Temporary departure between about 9:45 to 10:45.
Noted.
Early departure after the Golden Mile item.
Noted.
Early departure at 12:40.
All noted. Yep. Accept the apology from councillors. Do I have? I don't think we don't need a seconder, right? Do we? Okay. May I get a seconder? Yep. Pui Kelly. Councillor Matua. I declare the motion carried. Conflict of interest declaration. I call on members to declare any conflict of interest. Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, just firstly, I'd like to thank officers for the advice they've given me on this. I 100% believe the advice has been neutral and intended to protect me as a new councillor. While I don't agree that only business in an area that council are proposing work on creates a conflict of interest, and in future I will be noting my interests only, due to the current 2 to 3 year disruption period and the expected loss of $79 million to $158 million worth of revenue to the area around the Golden Mile, it undoubtedly would have a financial impact on every business, including mine, on that area. So therefore, in order to protect the integrity of today's decision, I'm declaring a conflict of interest purely on the decision made today on the status of the current Golden Mile project, but not on any future decisions along the route.
Well noted, Councillor Tiffenbacher. And anyone else? Councillor Fawn.
Older Chair, yeah, just for transparency, just declaring that I'm on, for the CCO paper, that I am a trust board member on Wellington Zoo.
Okay, so you're declaring, but you participate in the discussion and voting. Okay, that's noted as well. Confirmation of minutes. Approve the minute from City Strategy and Delivery Committee meeting held on May the 7th. Do I have a seconder? I move the minute. And Councillor Compton. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded for vote. Just a bit of editorial instead of May the 7th, the 28th of May. So. I declare the motion carried. There are no items on the agenda. All the items are on the agenda, so we don't need to get into that. And now we go to public participation. We have 3 on Golden Mile and 5 people or 5 on micromobility. I'll call on Aruna Noble from Vic Labour on agenda item 1. Just to be fair to everyone, I'm just giving 5-minute organizations and individuals, and if you want to leave some for question time, it's included in that 5 minutes as well. The floor is yours.
Cool. As a sign, Cool. Kia ora Council. My name's Aaron and this is Ben. We're here from Vic Labour, which is the youth branch of the Labour Party here in Wellington. We're talking about the Golden Mile and the future of urban development in Wellington. Our submission today will be just a bit of an expansion on the letter that we sent you all last evening. First, we just want to acknowledge that it is expected that the Golden Mile project, as planned and scoped for the last 5 years, is not going to be implemented by this council. As young people in the city, we feel this is a massive wasted opportunity and we're really disappointed that this is happening, as we think that the original Golden Mile project was a great opportunity to radically improve the urban environment in Wellington.
Just kind of building on that, I think the review business case that you guys have seen recently shows that the Golden Mile 2 scope still provides value for money. That project is still a good project. The benefits that it delivers, the benefits of improvement to the urban realm, of urban amenity and of improved transport outcomes are things that for a city and for an urban environment are really important. They're not only important, but they're progressive. They're things that make our city better for young people, for people moving to the city, for people who work. They really are benefits that are important, and moving forward, I think recognising those benefits for whatever replaces the Golden Mile, recognising that they are important and progressive benefits should guide this council's decision making.
Yeah, I understand that there's a proposal in front of you today to vote on a $20 to $40 million package for improvements into the Golden Mile. We would recommend that this level of investment be increased to between $50 to $70 million. This is based on the P95 figure of the $139.4 million agreed by this council in 2023. There's council investment with Waka Kotahi funding. We understand that trade-offs will have to be made to achieve this number. However, we fundamentally believe that the trade-offs will be worth it and that the benefits of regeneration into the urban centre is beneficial.
Just a few more things for you to think about in moving forwards. One is that whilst the city has struggled due to sort of economic factors recently, I think it's a mistake to think that those things are the cause of what we're seeing in a Golden Mile not performing up to scope. This project was recognising that the Golden Mile was not performing at its peak back in 2019. That is before the massive public service cuts that we saw, and that was before COVID, right? These problems are not the result of recent economic headwinds. They are relatively fundamental and require relatively transformational change to our urban environment. The proposed sort of business case process, I'm skeptical is the best way to move this sort of stuff forward. Trying to create these big overarching and kind of grand plan visions. This was a grand plan and it was on the books for 5 years and we have seen pretty much nothing come out of it. Relatively small targeted interventions that keep moving the sort of things that we need to see.
Any questions? Councillor Chang, before I go to that, the 20 to 40 million is actually for the Corny Place side, and it's a bit of improvement on transport on the Golden Mile as well. So it's not for the whole project itself. Just to clarify that one. Councillor Chang, your question.
Great. Thanks very much for coming in this morning and sharing with us your thoughts. I'm just wondering, when you discuss the Wellington situation with your membership, do they ever discuss, we don't think that the CBD is actually developing, it's uncomfortable to go in. Wouldn't it be great if it was like, if they mentioned some other place, wouldn't it be great to actually have these things happen? And do you ever discuss the financial implications of the city at the moment about the debt that we have to pay, and so what that actually means to them as they come out into the workforce?
Discussions within our membership are very much focused on the future of Wellington. It's no secret that many young people are thinking about moving elsewhere. And a lot of comparisons are made to the current developments in Christchurch and Auckland and how those are cities that are better. And absolutely, we are cognizant of the cost that these things have, but we are of the view that the benefits outweigh the cost.
Thank you, and we value your contribution, Vic Labour, and your time is up for now. Thank you. Next, we have Miranda Richardson, Te Aroha, and it's on Golden Mile as well. Kia ora, you also have 5 minutes, and just that included the question time.
We had a presentation. Oh, it's up here now. Kia ora.
Can we control that from here?
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Miranda Richardson, and this is Dave McGuinness and John McIntyre, Willis Bond and Athfield Architects. We represent Te Aroha Courtney. We're a management group of private sector experts. Te Aroha Courtney means to breathe new life into Courtney, and we've put together a master plan for revitalising the Courtney neighbourhood as a place for everyone. Dave's going to do a little bit of background into this project, and then John's going to give a couple of examples of what we plan to do.
Morning all, nice to see everybody. Okay, time's ticking, so this is actually an hour-long presentation, but we're going to do it in 5 minutes, so please bear with us and take a look at the detail. But you've got in front of you a proposal to kickstart some funding for this project, but the background is relevant. So basically we formed a group 2.5 years ago when we were frustrated that the Golden Mile wasn't looking at the building form and what was in the buildings around the Golden Mile area. So we set up a group of basically private expert businesses. You can see the list there, you'll probably know all the names, to work on a master plan and vision for the Courtney precinct. Since then, we've taken some inspiration from cities like Vienna, which was in the day known for a place for all people, and also New York's 42nd Street has a lot of similarities, potentially in terms of lighting, entertainment and art. Also locally, we use the Exchange. We've got a part interest in that building, and you might have been down there lately where you can see a lot of what we think can happen in effect at the Exchange. We'll repurpose a lot of the facades, there's new businesses going in, and that's a great case study of what can happen. There's a lot of good news down there, and a lot of tenants turning up, but it's a real good opportunity now to sort of up the ante and create a new vision for the area. And so what we wanted to do was really just build on what it is. There's the bones of Courtney, we believe, are outstanding. You've got beautiful natural heritage form, you've got great businesses and theatres already, but it's half empty, right? And it's really quite derelict in a lot of areas. So we believe a world-class creative district is the vision. We see it as a unique place of ideas, arts and action. So it encompasses businesses, tech, all the things we love about Wellington, but most importantly, it's a place for everybody, and that was the success of Courtney in the day, that it was a place where our grandmothers went and our children went, and we see that coming back with a good plan in place. So we've got a clear strategy, and John's going to run through that.
I'll do it quick. And we've said this, doubling down on what makes Wellington great, really a whole series of steps that we're moving through that you can digest on the slide pack in your hands. There's some key moves to start. Building a new identity and a strong narrative, and this is a collaborative work with Mana Whenua, with the community, with local business owners. This has not been a top-down plan, it's a bottom-up plan too. That narrative, as we've said, is around Te Aroha, the idea of breathing new life into Courtney. And we're recognising that it's not just a street, it's a neighbourhood. And the idea of establishing a new visual identity and for that neighbourhood is a critical part of the process. From a planning sense, we've been imagining the precinct and neighbourhood as a cluster of 4 quarters, each of which has its own sort of distinctive urban character, its own blend of uses, and some key anchor developments happening within it, like Courtney Central, the cinemas, like the Exchange that we've talked about, Hyde Park Lane Apartments, the St James Theatre. So anchoring uses within these 4 quarters, with Courtney Place, the street, as a gateway to the neighbourhood. How do we sort of reinforce and strengthen the character of those quarters and recognise the difference? And that is sort of key in playing on the anchors, recognising the differences in what the cinema, the theatre will bring in terms of bringing families back to Courtney Place on its timeline, how we can build great retail and food and beverage around the great streets of Blair and Allen and the Exchange and that type of anchor development.
the sort of community uses that are clustered around the St James Theatre, the medical uses. This is a great mixed use neighbourhood to live and work within, and then the sort of lanes and alleys of Courtenay South. So how can we strengthen and amplify the conditions that are existing now and make them stronger? We're building on existing features, recognising existing patterns and trying to strengthen those. It started, we're working on 2 buildings currently, and those are very simple approaches to just refreshing buildings, verandas, windows, painting, just giving things a lift and building momentum with those first 2 projects. So 46 Courtenay Place is underway. We're working on this now. We're working on introducing public art and actively with Urban Dream Brokerage, activating empty spaces, attracting new tenants, and looking towards big moves into the future. I did it.
I think your presentation was really good, so I don't think so. Any question? It's good. So thank you, and the time has gone as well. Really appreciate your presence.
Yes.
Yeah, we've given it, yeah.
If you would like to stay behind for at 10:30, it's a break time, so some councillors might wish to chat with you. Next, we have Timothy Welch as individual on Golden Mile. Timothy, is that online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, and Timothy, and thank you for being here. And you have 5 minutes. That's including question time.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for having me. My name is Tim Welch. I'm a senior lecturer in urban planning at the University of Auckland in the Faculty of Engineering and Design. And I've asked to speak today because I've reviewed the revaluation of the Golden Mile report that was presented last week at Council and also made public. And kind of in my expertise as an urban planner and in economics, I've found some issues with that report that I think it's worth being clear about to Council. Specifically, what I found is that, as reported last week, that the transport-only BCR of minus 0.39 that was presented is really on its face an incorrect number. And this number was produced by relabeling kind of 3 standard transport benefits as pedestrian amenities and then removing them from the ratio. And those figures were transport travel time, pedestrian safety, and bus reliability. However, pedestrian safety, it's a flagship cost benefit that's in the NZTA's monetized benefit cost manual. And pedestrian travel time and bus reliability each have their own methods in the MBCM. Nothing in the MBCM or NZTA's investment prioritization method allows them to be taken out of a BCR. And the report's own framework found in its long list of tables even lists travel time and safety as transport benefits before they're later removed from the BCR without clear justification for their removal. If we put back those numbers as they should properly be in the BCR in what we call the numerator of that equation, it returns about $189 million in benefits to the project. And the BCR then moves from a negative 0.39 to a positive 0.41 over 40 years. So the sign of the BCR completely flips. While it still remains under 1, there are reasons that number is lower. I'll talk about in a second. But the bottom line is that if we properly use the BCR calculations and the numbers just from the report, it's clearly a positive BCR for the project. The report was, I think, properly setting aside one item, which is $321.8 million in pedestrian realm amenities, which are generally uncertain. But that's 1 line out of 4 benefits, and it doesn't justify removing the other 3. The negative number and the very low BCR compared to previous benefit cost analysis is driven mostly by a single line item, which is $443 million of extra car travel time. That's more than 20 times the $20 million figure in the 2021 business case. And the report itself calls that figure an upper bound estimate because it's modeled on the corridor in isolation of projects around it, which is not generally done when we look at broader transport investments. And even leaving that figure out, that $443 million, exactly as it stands, I mean, the benefits still flip to the positive side. And so that's kind of where I'll rest this. My final statement is that the minus 0.39 is the basis for warning that NZTA's 51% co-investment, about $68 million, is at risk. But that number is something I would not encourage anyone to rely on. And even the 2021 business case, which was accepted by NZTA, counted all three of the benefits that have now been removed with a ratio of 4.6. And there's no reason that I can see that those numbers should be left out in the current analysis. That concludes what I had to say about that.
Thank you so much and really appreciate it. And we don't have the experts today here later on to respond to your submission, but officers will follow up and to give us some response later on. But any questions? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you for your submission. Can you tell me what was the last time you were in Courtney Place?
A little over a year ago. I've been through Wellington a few times.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you for your submission. Your submission is actually on your expertise, and we really value your submission. Any more questions? Yep. Thank you so much, and that was clear.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jackson Love from Flamingo on micromobility fee setting and vehicle caps. It's the same thing for you as well. You have 5 minutes. That's including question time.
Awesome. Kia ora koutou. My name's Jackson. With me today, Trish and Tejul, and we're from Flamingo, the proudly Kiwi-owned and operated micromobility company founded right here in Porneki, Wellington. Today is actually a very special day for us. Exactly 7 years ago, on the 18th of June 2019, Flamingo launched for the very first time in Wellington. Since then, Wellingtonians and visitors have taken over 4.2 million rides with us. We are living wage and zero carbon certified and hold ISO certification for safety, quality and environmental management. Over the past 7 years, we've partnered closely and collaboratively with Wellington City Council and remain passionate about the success of micromobility in our city. We believe it is the way of the future and will do everything we can to ensure its ongoing success. This is why we have invested heavily in a range of safety measures to ensure scooters and bikes are used responsibly and parked safely. All riders must submit a parking photo at the end of every ride, and every photo is reviewed through a combination of AI technology and our customer support team. Our in-field safety ambassadors carry out additional parking reviews, and riders who demonstrate good parking behaviour receive incentives. When riders park unsafely, we take a clear stepped approach, from education through to fines, suspensions and permanent bans. Onboard GPS allows us to enforce geofence, no riding, no parking and low speed zones in busy pedestrian areas like the Golden Mile and Oriental Parade. Working alongside Council and the community, we now operate more than 240 safety zones across Wellington. We are fully integrated with the Council's Fixit app, where our average response time to incorrectly parked devices is just 12 minutes. We have designated parking areas where riders are incentivised to park in tidy locations. Riders receive comprehensive in-app training supported by regular Learn to Ride events in the community. We also regularly run safety education campaigns through social media, in-app messaging, and physical bill stickers around the city. We support a range of local organisations and offer a 50% discount plan for community card holders and their carers. Wellington has some of the highest per vehicle demand in New Zealand, yet the current cap remains well below Christchurch's 2,500, while Tauranga and Palmy both operate with open caps and no device limits. When availability increases, more people ride. The service becomes more reliable, more useful for everyday trips, and overall ride numbers grow. When Council increased the scooter cap from 800 to 1,000 back in April 2024, parking complaints actually decreased as rider behaviour continued to improve through education, training, and clear enforcement. Suburban demand continues to grow, with more than a third of all trips now starting outside the CBD. Increasing the fleet would improve suburban coverage and help bring shared transport to more communities across Wellington. We support option 4 because it provides the certainty we need to invest in additional vehicles and local jobs, while delivering improved transport availability and additional revenue for councils sooner. We would also support option 3 with a higher upper cap limit of 3,000 devices, subject to council officers confirming performance, utilisation and safety targets are being met. We firmly believe the most effective way to increase council revenue is through fleet growth and higher trip volumes, not by increasing the per trip fee. A substantial increase in the per trip fee would place pressure on our cost base, reduce our ability to provide community support, and ultimately would likely need to be reflected in higher prices for riders. Higher prices risk suppressing demand, which means trip volume and council revenue may not grow as expected. That's why we're proposing a staged increase in per trip fee with gradual annual increases as shown on this slide. An increase to the fleet cap is what will allow Flamingo to continue supporting local organisations, sustain secure living wage jobs and deliver additional revenue back to council. Flamingo is locally founded, locally run, and deeply connected to this city. 7 years on from launch, we're proud of what we've built here, and we want to keep building a service that works for Wellington and for the communities who rely on it. Thank you so much for listening. I now welcome any questions.
I'll allow one question. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. So I live near 3 major high schools, and I see a lot of people who look pretty young to me riding them. Now, obviously, I can't tell how old they are, but according to the ACC, there's been a really big increase. The largest increase in accidents are riders between the ages of 10 and 14, which are below the legal age. How are you enforcing and verifying age?
Yeah, so there's a number of things we do around that. There is some age verification through the app itself, but a lot of it does require monitoring in the service and the fleet. So we have Flamingo safety ambassadors out on the street. We also do rely on, to an extent, on reports from members of the public, and if we do receive reports of underage riding or people riding unsafely, then that goes through our standard rider escalation process. So in the last 3 years in Wellington, we've issued over 236 email warnings, had phone conversations with over 3,000 riders, fined over 1,800, suspended 187 riders, and had to completely ban just 88. And so we believe those numbers provide compelling evidence that this education-based escalation process is effective.
Jackson. Just wrap it up.
Sure. So yeah, main point is that when we do find out problems with people riding unsafely or underage, we goes through this escalation process, which we believe works.
Thank you, Jackson.
Thank you, Jackson. Good question and a good answer as well. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jack Rainey. Everybody Eats and Wellington Pride Parade and micro-mobility as well.
Kia ora. Mine will be short. I'm Jack. I'm the operations manager at Everybody Eats, and I'm also here from the Wellington Pride Parade. I'm a trustee and logistics coordinator with the Wellington Pride Parade. Everybody Eats is a pay what you can restaurant, food rescue charity. The Wellington Pride Parade is the annual main parade down Courtney Place, celebrating our rainbow communities. Sorry, Laurie. I want to speak plainly about one practical thing. For the past 2 to 3 years here in Puniki, Flamingo has given both Everybody Eats and the Wellington Pride Parade and Festival this year free ride credit that we pass on to our volunteers, our staff and our guests. For the Pride Festival and Parade, that code has gone into the volunteer pack that we send out before the parade. A free ride across the central city means that more of our volunteers can get in, help on the day, also avoiding road closures and issues with traffic, quickly and without worrying about the cost of getting there. For Everybody Eats, volunteers and diners have used those same codes as a fun, low-carbon way to reach a community meal. I won't overstate it. Our people are resourceful. They find their way to us regardless. But affordable, sustainable shared transport makes it easier and easier. And easier is what gets people to volunteer, to show up and to take part. That is the quiet value here, and it's held up consistently across a few years now. I support a shared transport network that is reliable and available enough that community organisations like ours can keep using it this way. I also want it to be safe, with clear footpaths and good rider behaviour, because the people we serve are also the people walking the streets. I'd ask the Council to keep this scheme well supported so operators can keep investing in the community partnerships that get volunteers to a pride parade and diners to a table. Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Jack. Any question, councillors? No, that's clear. And
thanks.
Good on you. Yeah. Next, we have Roger on micromobility as well. Roger Hollywell.
Morena tātou. Ia roki nei kaupapa o tēnei wā. Ko Roger Hollywell tōku ingoa. I'm here to give perspective from a stakeholder point of view with regards to this particular topic. I proudly represent mana whenua, the whare o Poneki Enterprises Limited, a proudly Māori owned and operated tourism, hospitality and events organisation located here on the waterfront. Our organisation delivers a range of activities and cultural tourism experiences. And I just want to add a bit of context to this particular part of our business. So one of our popular products is named the Ririhiko Tour. It's an e-bike and e-scooter experience that participants are able to, through this activity, share the Māori environmental narratives and the stories in the waterways that are hidden in and around our landscapes. Now, without access to these reliable fleet scooters, an e-bike experience, such as the Ririhiko Tour, becomes significantly more difficult for us to and expensive to provide to our local, national, and our international visitors. The feedback that we receive from visitors who have experienced this tour product, particularly, is positive, and many tell us that the travelling by e-bike or scooter around the waterfront allows them to see parts of the Wellington waterfront they might not normally visit. So it creates a stronger connection for us with the stories that we share about the city and its people. This is not simply a transport mechanism, it's an enabler of tourism, education and a unique way for customers to experience more of the city's natural beauty. And for our organisation, it enables us to share more of our cultural connection and experiences with those people. Flamingo have provided us with access to all the necessary equipment that allows visitors to experience Wellington in this unique, sustainable, safe and engaging way. They've also been generous in supporting our organisation through discounted access programs that benefit hospitality and the tourism workforce. So like many hospitality business, we employ staff who work varying shifts often outside of traditional commuting hours. And the availability of affordable scooters and e-bikes provided to our staff with an additional transport option is flexible, reliable and it's cost effective. For some staff, particularly younger employees and those without access to private vehicles, this helps reduce transport barriers and improve access to work in a time when the cost of living continues to place pressure on all working families. There's an observation since the reduction of the Flamingo's fleet, we've certainly noticed a decline in availability. And if users cannot reliably find a scooter or a bike when they need one, confidence in that service diminishes. For tourism operators like ourselves, reduced availability can directly affect our ability to deliver these experiences and meet that visitor expectation. For these reasons, we are providing perspective towards this. we also believe that the future fleet decisions, should take into consideration and recognise individual operator performance. Operators who demonstrate strong safety outcomes and good compliance, positive community engagement, and meaningful partnerships, which we've been fortunate enough to experience with Flamingo, the team should be probably assessed on those merits. So I can't speak to other operators, but a one-size-fits-all approach may not necessarily recognise the contribution that they make to the communities they serve. So I appreciate there's a myriad of factors that are associated with the scooter use in our built environment and the challenging space restrictions that interact with particularly pedestrians. Like a lot of change, scooters need to find their place in our societal norms, and our experiences have been more positive than adverse. Kia ora.
Thank you. It sounded clear. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Chang.
Thanks very much for coming in this morning, Roger. You mentioned a few times about the tourism aspect of the scooter hire. This perhaps is the question I should have asked Jackson, but would you be able to hazard a guess as to what proportion of tourists would actually be using the scooters as opposed to locals?
To be honest, our domestic tourism is far outweighs the international here. So our domestic tourists were a lot more likely to use them.
So I think it's not a question. I think you're going to answer it. We have one other question quickly from Pui Holden, Ohio.
Kia ora, Roger. Thank you for your kōrero. Just a quick one. How far afield do your tours go?
To Oriental Parade in that beach area, and then as far down as the railway station.
Could they go further afield around the peninsula?
They can. Yes.
Matua Moana. Just a thought.
Point
Thank you.
made. Okay. Thank you, Roger. We really appreciate your presence and submission as well. Next, we have Lauren Narlock and from Lime. I'm Scooter on micromobility agenda item as well.
Kia ora. My name is Lauren Narlock, and I'm the Senior Manager of Public Policy for Lime here in New Zealand. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak here today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Jackson and the Flamingo team for their presentation and for shining a light on how the Shared Micromobility Program operates here in Wellington. We welcome this report and support the staged, performance-based approach in the officer's recommendation of option 3. This mechanism of delegating to officers the ability to grow the fleet in stages as performance is proven is exactly the right model. Our ask today is a simple one, that the committee set the ceiling for that mechanism at 3,000 vehicles so it has room to do its job and to keep delivering for Wellingtonians and for Council. Our overarching goal is a safe, reliable, low-carbon transport future where shared micromobility delivers real benefit to Wellington's economy and community. More vehicle availability means the service becomes more reliable for the community. Shorter walks to an available vehicle, better coverage across the city and suburbs, a service that people can actually count on. And as ridership grows, so does the return to Council. These two things move together, a better service for Wellingtonians and a growing revenue stream for Council. Lime has offered to invest up to $300,000 in micromobility parking infrastructure, which will make footpaths safer and the scheme better for Wellington. A commercially viable scheme for Lime allows us to invest alongside Council in parking infrastructure. We're asking the committee to approve a staged approach within a ceiling of 3,000 vehicles, a mix of e-scooters and e-bikes. Within this cap, how many vehicles are available to the community is then determined by usage, safety, and compliance. As more Wellingtonians turn to sustainable active transport, service reliability improves for the community and the return to Council grows. A performance-based mechanism will ensure the fleet grows safely in conjunction with community demand based on evidence. A 2,000 vehicle ceiling risks hitting an artificial limit just as the partnership begins proving itself. A higher ceiling lets the mechanism being endorsed today run its course. Our experience as an operator is consistent across every city we work in. When a scheme grows with the right infrastructure, clear KPIs, and genuine accountability, the outcomes are best for everyone. Safer footpaths, a more reliable mode of sustainable transport, and a scheme that the community can have confidence in. This is what we're offering to build here. In partnership with Council, we're keen to work closely with officers to shape this transformation. Thank you, and I welcome any questions. And I don't know why this last slide is not coming up.
Yep, we got a few questions. I will start with mine. Is that, I just received an email yesterday. Is that, who owns, by the way, Lime? Is that Uber got a strategic?
No, Lime is a private business with Uber as an investor.
Or Uber is an ambassador for Lime?
An investor, yeah.
Okay, yeah. And another question from Councillor Chang.
Great. I have a question regarding how well you work with Flamingo. Like when they bring out policies and restrictions on certain areas, do you actually follow the same, or do you discuss these before? One specifically that I want to ask about is the Oriental Bay speed. Now, there's been quite a few complaints about the scooters intermingling with the pedestrians here. So they've implemented a 15-kilometre maximum speed along there. So do you also do that?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Yeah, we just heard from Flamingo about their response time, which seemed quite impressive. What is your average response time for Lime?
Yes, I'd be happy to take that question on notice to get you an exact average of our response time, but we do have a team based here and a dedicated channel for the community to contact our local team directly to always retrieve vehicles when they're reported.
So you don't have the response time. Is that, you're going to get it? What did you say?
Yes, I'm happy to take that question on notice and provide you our average response time to vehicles being reported.
Any other question, councillors? Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, so we heard earlier on that an increase in price would actually disincentivise people to use. If the increase was 10 cents per ride and you guys pass that on to someone, are you telling me that someone wouldn't ride an e-scooter if it costs 10 cents more?
So I think that we would do everything in our power to not pass on any increases in per trip fees.
But I mean, if you did, would you expect to see a drop in? I'm just trying to get around the point that, you know, we're told that we shouldn't put up prices and we need to control that because it would stop people from using it. But a 10-cent increase is happening just about in every area of society tenfold. So I'm just wondering if you thought that was the case or not.
Yeah, I think we would definitely, if that per trip fee were passed on to the consumers, there would definitely be an impact in demand. But this would also come down to the fleet available as well.
Cool. Thank you. And last question from you is just like from Flamingo, we hear that they are doing some social goods in the community, like giving half price for community card holders and their family and their relationship with other community members as well. Could you please highlight what exactly you're doing in the community in that space?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a similar program called our Lime Access program that offers similar equity benefits. Lime is, of course, new to the market and has been here for a couple of months and are currently engaging in conversations with several community stakeholders to build on our partnerships in the community.
You're working towards that, but you don't have any at this stage, right? Fair enough.
We do have an equity program that allows healthcare card holders to access. It removes the $1 unlock fee and provides them a discounted per trip fee as well.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your submission. We have Dan Wairama from Tipringi, Manatopu Maori Wardens. Kia ora, Dan.
Kia ora. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to read the submission letter that was sent in by our General Manager and then questions afterwards if we have time. If I read it really slow, I won't get questions, but anyway. To the Wellington City Council, support for Flamingo e-scooters and e-bike fleet review. Tēnā koutou, on behalf of Māori Wardens Te Paringa Manatopu regional team based in Wellington, we submit this letter in writing and verbal support of the e-scooter and e-bike review scheduled for the 18th of June 2026. Our region supports Wellington 2024 to 2034 long-term plan to create a livable accessible and compact city with a focus on sustainable transport and increased availability. We have been operating across the Wellington CBD for the past year and have found the use of flamingo scooters and bikes to have a significant impact on our availability and ability to respond promptly where time is often a major factor. Our region has had a relationship with Flamingo Scooters since 2024. We would also like to thank Flamingo Scooters for their ongoing support of the work our wardens carry out in our communities. Approximately 200 free ride minutes are allocated each week. The availability of Flamingo Scooters enables our wardens to respond promptly to community needs while on duty. Scooters also support urgent taskings from emergency services, City Council Safe City partners and the wider community. The region currently has an Operation Pōneke program operating in the CBD. Part of this program includes responding to antisocial behaviour and supporting people experiencing homelessness. Having the ability to provide a rapid response is key to minimising situations as early as possible. Recently, we have noticed fewer Flamingo scooters available in the Wellington CBD and an increase in Lime scooters. We understand that Lime scooters have recently been introduced to the city. However, we have also observed some Lime scooters left lying on roads or placed carelessly on streets around the CBD. While we are not fully aware of the rules that apply to Lime scooters, we do know that Flamingo scooters include in-app rules and education that encourages users to do the right thing, including proper parking and automatic speed reduction in no-ride or low-speed zones. Our wardens have also being trained in the safe and appropriate use of the Flamingo scooters. If they see misuse in the public while on duty, they take the opportunity to educate those involved. For example, while Rachel, a Māori warden, was on duty on Cuba Street last Friday, she came across a couple riding a Flamingo scooter in a no-ride zone. She reminded them that Cuba Street is a no-ride zone, and the young man asked whether they should walk it instead. Rachel replied, "Yes, please." It will reactivate on Dixon Street, and the couple thanked her and continued walking the scooter. We have found Flamingo scooters to be a more economical, efficient and effective option for our organisation, supporting the importance of maintaining a healthy and sustainable service for our partners and the community. Thank you for considering this. We support Flamingo in its request to increase its fleet size in Wellington. Naku noa nā Jordan Winiata, General Manager, Te Paringa Manatopu Regional Māori Wardens. On a personal note, I had the opportunity to be trained when we joined the Flamingo partnership in Palmerston North. And so because I'm old, so I have to be taught how to ride a scooter. But anyway, the training, there's a whole aspect around safety and how to handle stuff and where to go and how to park. So we really appreciate it. So we share that with our community when we're out and about. Also, the scooter that we did see from Lime that's in the roads and stuff, we picked them up and put them away because we work for the community.
Oh, fantastic. Your submission is really good, and even you end up the mayor to put his hand up to ask you a question, so there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. And look, I've been very impressed with the Māori Wardens Flying Squad. You can see them going through town on the scooters. Can you tell us, without disclosing sort of personal details of your colleagues, what would be the age of the oldest Māori warden who uses a scooter to get an e-scooter? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other question? Councillor Chung, did you put your hands up or? Oh, okay, Councillor Young.
Young and Chung, you get us confused all the time, I'm sure. So thank you. I'm just slightly intrigued because you're obviously very pro-Flamingo at the expense of Lime. I'm completely neutral. And then you mentioned the Flamingo partnership. So what is this partnership? Do you get commercial assistance from Flamingo or sponsorship?
Sponsorship, I guess. It's they give us 3 minutes to be able to use the scooters each week and for each team member. So, and then we get growlings if we do things wrong, and we send them pictures of things that we need to fix. And also, we've seen their team out and about picking up their scooters, putting them back in the right places and stuff. So we love that. We have a good relationship with the team that's out on the ground. And so, yes, we do have a bias towards Pink Flamingo but there always has to be a competition. So, you have to have someone else in the space as well, but we would like to raise that level of scooters because it has impacted where we can find a scooter when we need to get one.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for the submission.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much, Ward, and that was a good submission. Kia ora, councillors. Just to make the meeting agenda to move smoothly, and now we take a 10-minute break, morning tea, and then you can meet whoever you want from the public submitters as well, and then we come back, and the agenda item will be rearranged, and the Golden Mile will be first, and then the micro-mobility, and yeah, so once we come back, the Golden Mile will be discussed, and let's go for 10 minutes break now. Thank you. everyone. And as I indicated before, the agenda item will be, at the beginning, we will be discussing Golden Mile and Corny Place, pathways for intervention. Please welcome Jenny, Rose, and Sharon to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora koutou. We've also got Vida to help us with some of the questions we might be anticipating as well. So, and there's a few others, Chair, that might be able to help us with other questions that councillors may have as we get into the conversation. So, behind me. I thought I might make just a few opening comments. You've all read the report, so I'm not going to go into it in a whole lot of detail, but I'll make a few opening comments and then pass back to you, Chair, for where you want to go. Okay, so just to open this, Golden Mile Courtney Place, it's at the heart of Wellington's central city life. It connects people, business, transport, civic activity, and some of the city's most visible city centre public spaces. It's also a space where we've got long-standing transport pressure, ageing infrastructure, public realm decline, and some concerns around safety and accessibility. It's also probably fair to say the project has had a very long and difficult history with multiple decision makers here, successive phases of planning, design, decision making, expectations being set by different bodies and different governance arrangements. But then I think that debate reflects both the importance of the corridor and also the challenge of actually landing on an agreed way forward. This isn't easy. The most recent review that we've talked about in the last few weeks has brought these issues into sharper focus, highlighting the need for some greater clarity on cost, scope, risk, delivery risk, funding assumptions, and the treatment of dependencies. And that's led to where we are today, where you have a decision in front of you about whether or not to proceed on the existing pathway, or what else might be appropriate in terms of where to next from here with your decision. So just a couple of points in the content space. First, I just want to make a comment about the importance of process. So for significant projects like this, where we're spending a lot of money potentially, a disciplined project business case is really important to ensure that we keep safe and that we are transparent, evidence-based and feasible. And this is particularly important when we have a co-investor with as a partner with NZTA. It's really important that we do have a good defensible process. But I have to say the design of that process can take many forms. It's a complex conversation, but the form of the process depends on on trade-offs you're going to need to make around scale, complexity, risk level, the level of involvement you want to have versus timing and cost. It's a choice that you ultimately need to make around the right process to go forward. There's a sweet spot, but I also just make the comment that language is really important as well. There are decision-making frameworks for Africa on this, and the Council does have an investment decision-making framework with some very clear language. And we often get a bit muddled up between concepts like options and detailed design and design briefs and project briefs. So I accept the language is complex, but ultimately it is your choice as to the project process that we proceed from this point, if that's what you want to do. Just want to make that comment. Finally, just the comment about the water situation. So as you know, we said in the report from next week after maybe, responsibility for the Three Waters assets sits with Te Akiwai. That materially changes the delivery context for wherever you want to go with this project. Council will retain responsibility for the corridor and road-related infrastructure, but not directly for the water infrastructure anymore, and I think we're all familiar with that concept now. This does create a coordination and dependency risk, and the next stages of design will need to be planned with Te Akiwai to determine what they're willing to offer and to bring to the table, and that's a critical point. So I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you, Jenny and the team. And any question, councillors? Councillor Arubai.
Sorry, not a question so far, but I just wanted to note my late arrival. I had to mention that twice, but it hadn't been noted. Sorry. Thank you.
Any questions? That will be noted. Councillor Rundle.
Yes, so we have before us an amended substantive motion. The wording has changed from the original officer's recommendation. I just wondered if officers could comment on their support or otherwise around the amended substantive.
What exactly are you trying to ask, Councillor?
I mean, are they comfortable that the amended substantive is clear enough for being for us to work forward, and they've been involved with this?
I think we made a decision to move the substantive, but if Liam, if you want to say anything.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and for Councillor Randall's purpose, the officers are comfortable with how it's drafted. We can work with that, but we're not here to support or not.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Kapai.
Sorry, Chair, I was just waiting for guidance if you wanted that conversation at a different point, but I could agree with Liam. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough. Yeah, cool. Any other questions? Councillor Roger.
I was hoping to seek some clarification to the answer provided in the written Q&A, question 22, which has some questioning there around where officers see Waka Kotahi providing funding for the de-scoped Golden Mile. It was my understanding that if it wasn't delivering the original benefits that were agreed to, it would have to be re-evaluated against the current GPS. So I'm just wondering if you could outline, given so many of the public and pedestrian improvement programs in the NLTF are oversubscribed, where the confidence comes that we will receive co-funding for a de-scope project.
So through you, Chair, I think you're correct, and the process would be that the National Land Transport Fund, National Land Transport Program is an indication to fund, and that's what we've expressed in the report. The intention to fund will need to be transferred into the new National Land Transport Program when it's developed, and that's always going to get assessed against the new objectives that NZTA is setting out for its transport investment outcomes that it wants to invest in. All I can say at this point is we have discussed this with NZTA and we have provided the letter on file. They are indicating fairly strongly that they are supportive. They want to stay with us on this. The intention would be to involve them in the next stage of design to make sure that they are with us all the way on design and understand what we're doing, so we can optimise the funding that we ultimately get from them. That's really all I can say on their behalf for that.
Any other questions? Pui, Liz Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chief, through you. I just was, when you were talking about and clarifying the part that Te Akiwai will have, I was just, it kind of sent a red flag for me, and I wondered if you could confirm, when the completed design work is done, they'll be a part of that, won't they? I mean, when the design work.
Yeah, so I think
the completed one, though, not all of the other stuff.
I think we've got process to go through, and if we go through the amended substantive process, we'd be doing a design brief and then we're doing detailed design. We need to engage them in that process to see how much they want to be part of that and what they want to offer in. So when we get to the end of the detailed design, we will know that.
Because the concern that I have is around timing, because I've seen it on a number of occasions, not just here in Wellington, but in Porirua, where there's work going on, and beautification work really, and or new roads been done, and it's been done, and then next minute it's only like about 4 or 5 months down the track, sure. And it's been dug up because now there's a pipe going in that wasn't happening. So that's my concern. And
understand, yeah.
Yeah.
Through you, Chair, just to reiterate, you'll recall you did mention that and tell them that dig once principle is really important to you in your feedback on their year one water strategy. So you've told them that loud and clear.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw that on Transmission Gully. And
yeah.
Thank you. Next we have Councillor Compton.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. So reading the Q&A, the remaining balance for capital improvements within the LTP is $52.6 million for Wellington City Council funded portion. If we proceed today on a $20 to $40 million envelope, is it reasonable to assume then there would be available capital savings between $12.6 and $32.6 million on the LTP?
My understanding is yes, but I might just see if Rona can add anything to that. Thanks, Councillor. Yep.
Sorry, is it working?
Yeah.
Yes, those are the believed savings. Yep.
Thank you. And my second question is, can you help me understand broadly the NZTA funding, and would this only cover transport improvements or does it extend to the public realm also?
Great question. So NZTA is a transport outcome focused delivery agency. So they are focused on co-investing in transport outcomes with local authorities across the country. Their focus is on transport outcomes. So they're looking at the moment to look at outcomes related to resilience for the transport system, to safety for the transport system. They don't tend to be wanting to fund the urban realm, urban design aspects. They really are focused on transport. There's a little overlap there, but they're focused on transport outcomes.
Councillor O'Brien.
So just with the recommendation to provide the $1.5 million for the Make Safe works, I was just wondering if you could talk us through what specifically those works are, and I guess how essential they are, and if there are sort of temporary measures that are possible as an alternative.
Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. So the 1.5 million Make Safe works relates to the Work Package 1 completion and linking through into the existing corridor since Work Package 2 hasn't progressed. The safety assessment at the time picked up that 6 month leeway was kind of acceptable risk, but as it prolongs further, we should look to react to it. So now with the potential extension, we believe the advice is that we should be doing the safety implementation.
And in terms of any temporary measures that could extend that time period a bit further?
The implementation would be permanent and would form part of the next package of works anyway. So, and because it relates to all the signalised crossings, it's very hard to do temporary install on the signals.
So what is just trying to get to the rationale, so it's a 6 month was deemed acceptable risk. So anything beyond that, what's the rationale for 6 months being acceptable, anything further not being acceptable?
I guess it's a likelihood risk. So at the moment, protocols we've put in place is safety, observation and monitoring. There's been some very short-term interventions on trying to make it clear that pedestrian crossings not for use and some wayfinding. From a safety risk perspective, I guess the longer, and it's really hard to put time bounds to it, but the longer a possible safety issue goes unaddressed, the likelihood that someone's going to misunderstand or there's going to be a potential conflict starts to increase. So our initial conversations with the safety auditor was a monitoring protocol and some, low investment tactical stuff would probably cover us for 6 months. They're not saying thou shalt do, but it's really just a risk-based decision for council around how long any longer-term works in that corridor might take, and so what we have to do in between.
Is there any question on that specific line? And I think the Mayor would be coming in that as well.
Thank you, Chief. Sorry, I just want to clarify, just from Councillor O'Brien's questions, that there is some discretion about whether that needs to happen now, and would you accept, in light of the possibility that Council will want to explore a revised sort of plan for the area, particularly Courtney Place, would it be appropriate that there is a further delay before any works take place that might be irreversible, or at least expensive to reverse?
Safety advice says we should intervene, but I think as we work through, depending on the outcome of today, if we work through the briefing, then we could stall marginally, but we would need to work that through with everyone.
Is there any other question on that specific? Okay, Councillor Roger, and then I'll come to you.
Mine was just a clarification of a comment. I saw that part of the works would include reinstating lanes on Cambridge Terrace to tie into existing surrounding corridor lanes. I was just wondering what lanes were being reinstated.
Sharon's just going to quickly look it up.
Cool.
My understanding is it's as you come down Cambridge to get the 2-lane throughput towards the New World and the right turn back into Fold.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Cool. While you're working through, are there any other question from Councillor Randon?
Yes, I'm interested in this as well. I guess the thing that's a bit of a challenge is that there's not much detail on what exactly that $1.5 million is required to do, and yet we were also potentially going to decide to re-look at that. I've just got two questions. One is if it was if officers could see a way to postpone that in terms of the briefing that. In terms of if we have a revised plan and could more details be brought in August around what's specifically going to be done without maybe a contractual thing. And the other question I have in terms of connection of that is where does this connect into the review of the Cambridge Terrace bus lane? Because again, I understand there's a review there and officers are looking at that. And again, I'm just a bit conscious that we commit money to make some changes and then another review comes along, and can officers sort of work to weave them together so that we make one investment?
Cool, thank you. Before that, Sharon, do you want to respond to Councillor Rogers' question or confirm what Rose already said?
Yeah, through your chair, I think we'll ask Ross answer the first one, and then we'll ask Vida to answer the connections to the rest of the network. Yeah.
Sorry. So I think as answered previously that we can certainly look at holding as much as possible while the briefing's addressed.
And then in terms of looking at how that works into the network on Cambridge Terrace, we are looking at trying to see around some of those bus fines, are there ways to get a better outcome there? And so we're looking at options and we'll be reporting back on those at some point in the near future.
So in the near future, would that near future be by the month of August? Just to try and bring it all together.
So discussions are still ongoing with bus provision about the suitability of any adjustments to the Cambridge lanes. We are working through that and hopefully it could all be aligned with the August timeline.
Cool. So basically, Rose, from what I'm hearing, you are comfortable for us to work through an amendment to delay a little bit with a bit of work and until we get a bit of more details? Yeah, okay. I will leave that to you. Okay, Sam and Alex to be working on that. Any other questions? On this one or... oh, yeah, next you go. On this one?
So, as some of you know, I mean, it's basically the threshold, my doorstep to where I live. So I know the area very well, and I am very concerned about the proposed pedestrian crossing, which has been completed, but is still not operational, possibly because the designers or whatever realise it's jolly dangerous. As you know, it has a cycleway going straight through it. On the Mount Victoria, the southern side, there is no bus shelter, and we've been told by council officers there's no provision for bus shelter, pedestrian shelter, and yet we have large numbers of people coming out of, for example, the Embassy Theatre during film festivals. And then my third concern is that when you're, so I want to know what you're going to do about this. The third point that I would like you to answer is that when you come to the Courtenay Place side, it's very squeezed between a huge brick planter and Napoli's outdoor seating. So if you were in a pram or being pushed in a pram, it would be very difficult. Are those problems going to be rectified?
That's a lot of what the Make Safe would look towards addressing.
Okay, now we move to the whole agenda, the general one, and Councillor Foon, you are next.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just get, for example, do we have a general overview of what the repaving would cost for Courtney Place?
Sharon is looking through, and if you have a follow-up while she searches
Yes,
through.
certainly. I will. So I'll go to, are you ready?
Is that ready, Sharon? You go.
Yeah.
So in the report, there was I think it was Appendix 3, there was a little bit of analysis that took some of the pricing information we got through Courtney Place, and we bucketed that up into different outcomes. So the rough order estimate for pavers and hardscape and that group of benefits was about 14 mil. And then when we prorated that into, I guess, the slightly larger extent of Lambton Key scope, that was estimated about 15 mil.
Great, thank you. That's really helpful. Just regarding procurement, can I just clarify the difference in the procurement model we used for the Golden Mile? And just were there any signals along this journey that we should depart from this model or look to go back out for tender?
Yes, as part of the next phase, that we would build a new procurement strategy that's right-sized for what we know about risk, but also the scope that we'd be looking to contract.
But I mean, in the part and going through this, I'm trying to understand the procurement model we used, as I understand, was not the normal model that council uses, which was going out for tender. And so we got a massive jump in price. At what stage did we consider re-tendering the project rather than working with one contractor?
Yeah, good question. I guess to just give a bit of context, we inherited an early contractor involvement contract that was procured under Let's Get Wellington Moving. And we also inherited what we call a head design contract, so a main designer who then brings in other designers under them. In the ECI contract, there is a clause that we would work with them. They had to competitively win the ECI, but they basically had first dibs at putting in the best foot forward and price for the main works. We did have exit ramps on that, so we weren't committed by inheriting that contract. So the process we went through with the ECI to get that pricing was to understand, are these the partners we wanted to then move into the main works contract? And we actually got to a point with the price blowout and the escalation, we let the ECI contract lapse. So we aren't in contract, which gives us quite a broad scope to make good decisions on how we would procure what happens next.
Cool. Next we have Mayor Little and then Chang and Calvert. Is there anyone I'm missing? Anyone else? Oh, okay. Just Councillor Chang? No? Yeah. Oh, no. Young or Chang? Yeah. Councillor Young.
So just thinking about the paving, with the brick paving, when you're analysing the cost of brick and replacing it with, say, something else, do you take into account the cost of maintaining the brick? Because I noticed that they are always hand-laid, which is kind of the sort of technique they used in the 17th century. And so... Oh, and that, all that. So I just wonder whether that's factored in, because every time I go past and I see them doing them brick by brick, I think, I can't believe we're in the 21st century.
The Golden Mile design actually proposes us moving away from brick. It did assess a whole of life implication. The detailed design allows for granite paving that can be laid on basically a sand fill, and you can double the life of it because you can flip it over. So you've got two sides that give you that slip resistance. So that we have a design through the past work that we have for a different pavement treatment there.
Okay, just a second part of it. And have you considered the feasibility of using water permeable paving?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. I do know some optioneering was done under Let's Get Wellington Moving, but we can bring that back.
Councillor Colbert.
Yeah, it was just comments about we inherited from Let's Get Wellington Moving, but we were one of the partners of Let's Get Wellington Moving. We were one of 3. We also had staff embedded in the project, and some of those, and even some of the Let's Get Wellington Moving people have come over to Wellington City Council. So surely, albeit we inherited it, we were very much part of it. So I'm not sure how relevant it is that we are saying we are having to do it this way because we inherited when we were very much part of the design and decision making.
If I may answer that, I guess you're correct to call me out on that language. I think the point I'm suggesting is the procurement and the contracts that were procured under that was done in 2021, 2022. So the context of the problem and what we know now wasn't known at that time. And I guess similar to the rest of the project, we can make different decisions if needed.
Okay, thank you.
Rogers, Councillor Rogers.
Apologies, Chair. I just had one question that came out of you mentioning that you let the early contractor involvement contract lapse. I wonder, does that mean that there was no financial penalty for the pause as a result of this? Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny, Ross, Sharon, and Vida. Councillor McNulty, do you have a question? Okay. Sorry, officers.
Sorry. Just in regards to, obviously, Councillor Tiffin-Bucker's addressed the conflict of interest, but I'm just trying to get a bit of clarity around what the advice we've provided and process and timeliness of that, just for public interest, because there's obviously been a lot of contested Vida hasn't been able to participate in this vote today. So just from our council perspective, what advice have we offered? And obviously taken into account it's his decision in the end.
Thank you, Councillor. I might ask Karen if she could address that.
Is Karen in the room? Okay. Councillor Chang, you have a question, right?
Yes, I do. This goes back to the 1.5 million for the Make Good in Cornwall Place. Now, I actually...
I'm sorry, Councillor Chang. Actually, I spent a lot of time on that one. I allowed everyone to ask on that specific item.
This is not specifically about the 1.5 million. It's about the 1.5 million and the 2 million for the business case. So what I wanted to ask was that, are these two linked together, and so do we have to wait until the Cornwall Place is finished before we actually do the business case? And is that $2 million a adequate, comfortable figure for you?
Through you, Chair, no, they're not linked. The $2 million is for the business case process, which will follow the process if you agree to the amended substantive. Yep.
Another quick question from Councillor Compton.
Thank you. Just following on from the $2 million for the business case to be developed, that was on the basis that it wouldn't be coming back to June next year. Under the amended substantive, we're looking at doing a sprint up until August and then essentially a business case to come back in December. Is the $2 million still warranted?
The business case development aligned to the IDF process would still need to be done. It would just need to be done faster. So normally accelerating processes don't end up cheaper, is my experience. What we haven't done, though, is re-estimated that 2 mil against the amendment, but we'd need to do that.
Cool. Councillor McNulty, could you please ask your question again? Now we have the legal team in the room.
So thanks, Karen. It's just in regards to the process around Councillor Tiffin-Bucker's conflict of interest. There's obviously a lot of public interest, so I'm just wanting to get a clarity of what advice we've provided through the process, and he's made the ultimate call of it.
So Councillor Tiffin-Bucker has been supported with understanding and considering whether his ownership of a business on Cornwall Place may constitute a financial interest. And beyond that, the advice is the usual advice that we provide, that it's for elected members to make a determination in response to any particular decision, whether that particular decision represents a conflict of interest for them.
And so that's been in the context of obviously this paper and these decisions that you've provided that advice?
We've provided advice to Councillor Tifferbacker from early on, knowing that there were going to be discussions and decisions around the Golden Mile throughout.
Cool. No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Jenny, Ross, Sharon, and Vida. Is there a mover for the motion? I call on the Mayor Little to move the motion now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to officers and others who've got us to this point. Can I just acknowledge that there are plenty of other councillors around this table who've had a more long-standing involvement in this issue and in this project, both as councillors and possibly even before they became councillors. And that involvement has been both kind of for and against the project in various forms. I hope we don't, in our debate today, sort of go through the entrails of kind of how we got here. We've heard a bit of that. We've seen a bit of it in the Q&A, but we heard a bit of it today as well. It's still not clear to me whether this is a project that started out as a transport project and became sort of an urban regeneration public realm project, or whether it was an urban regeneration public realm project that had transport benefits tacked on. Anyway, we are where we are, and we have to deal with today's reality, and hopefully we'll do that on the basis of the accumulated wisdom we've gathered on the way. It's important, in my view, to give certainty to the community, in particular the business community, up and down the length of this this roadway from Courtney Place down to the northern end of Lambton Quay, because they've been waiting a long time to see what happens. And I think we're seeing the effects of that uncertainty in the buildings that have been sitting empty for some time. I'm conscious that even if we accept the recommendations that are before us, and I am speaking in favour of them, there is still a period of time before we hopefully determine what we are going to do, what we commit to. But I'm conscious that time is of the essence in doing that, which is why the time frame is as it appears in the recommendations. For me, there are a number of principal points that I base my position on, and they are these. First of all, our central city and our central city spine are the economic engine of our city. It's the place where people work, where they live, where they get their entertainment, where they do their retail. It is the heart of the city. So the next point is, therefore, for the city to work, its urban landscape has to work. The next point is that for it to work, it has to be attractive, safe, and enable people to move around and to hang around. We should expect there will be places where people can stop, rest, go to cafes, go to bars, restaurants, and what have you, and enjoy the place where they are. And people need to get to those places, and as well as getting to those places, they need to have places where they can dawdle and hang about or stop and sit at a table and converse and take a breath and have coffee and do other things. Next point is the central urban landscape, which comprises this length of roadway, is right now variously shabby, unappealing, unsafe, and in my view does more to drive people away from it and from large parts of it than to attract people to it. And that's to say nothing of the paving and its colour and whether or not, we should have handmade bricks and hand-installed bricks. But I do note, however, that the paving in the Tangako, in my view, with its neutral colour and palette, is very attractive. I don't want to get ahead of anything else we might be doing. The next point is that our city is changing. So we have more intercity dwellers. We have more people using modes of travel other than cars. And we have to be thinking about that both now and for the future. The next point is our overarching appeal as a city and as a capital city is that we are compact, that it is easy to get around, that it's easy to do the things we need to do, that range of living things, work things, and recreational things. We are a walkable city, and we need to reflect that as well. So where I get to is that we need an element of urban renewal, a sense of a refreshed public realm, because if we don't, we will fail as a city. And so we need that change. And if we're thinking about that, if we're thinking about how we can improve this part of the city that is so important to us and the city's people, and we're designing it for different needs, the needs for now and in the future, then we have to accept that there will be change. So we need to consider that need for the change to the public realm as well as associated transport improvements. We are a public transport city as well, large number of public transport users, and we need to accommodate that and think about the future as well. But we are under financial constraints, and we should embrace that, and we should act accordingly. We can't afford another $60 million, and so we have to change what we're doing. And given the constraints that we're under, we should also explore the opportunity to achieve savings, therefore, in order to do that, to spend less. So if we accept that financial constraint, we need to take the opportunity to rethink what is needed and what is a priority. And we may, and I think should, decide that we don't have to do everything all at once. So this is a chance to explore an alternative. And in my view, there are two priority areas, or three in a sense. One is about the objectives, which is an improved movement of transport, all modes of transport, but in particular public transport. And then in terms of placemaking, there are two areas that are important: Courtney Place, and also I would argue the north end of Lambton Quay, particularly the area between Johnston Street and Panama Street. I think what's important, given the history of the project, is that the council needs to retain a high degree of control until we're satisfied that we have a project scope and a plan that we're satisfied can be delivered on. And I think important in that, it's not reflected in the recommendations, but I do foreshadow that following the representations by Councillor Compton at many meetings, that we need to have elected member representation on the project governance group once that is established. In terms of the involvement of the private sector, I think that is welcome. I know some people object to the amount of money going to assist building owners to refresh their buildings. We provide assistance to property owners in a range of things. The Heritage Fund that we have, Councillor Tiefenbacher circulated some information this morning about what rates are levied off particularly commercial premises in the city. And I don't think it's unreasonable for us to contribute. We get, and Wellingtonians get, the benefit from a much more attractive precinct if we make the modest contribution that is proposed for that. So on the basis of all of that, I support the recommendations. This is a chance to refresh our approach, do something achievable and doable, and make a difference to Wellington that is sorely needed at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. And is there any seconder for the motion?
Sorry, Chair, can I ask for a quick adjournment based on some of the questions this morning around the capital works? There's some changes that would like to be made to 2.2.3, and that would be better to do those ahead of the paper being seconded.
I agree with that, and we take a 5-minute adjournment to work on this. Thank you. Cool. Now we have a new wording on the screen. 2.23, and now we can go to the seconder of the motion. Who's seconding the motion?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Okay. Any debate? Oh, let's go to vote. Councillor O'Brien.
So I guess there's 2 points today that I want to make. The first is that, unfortunately, our hands are relatively tied with this decision, and the outcome we're likely going to land on is the result of a lot of decisions over the years. I think the pivot that we're making today makes sense. We want to deliver a project that focuses on urban regeneration of Courtenay Place, public transport benefits for the Golden Mile, and we're looking to retain Waka Kotahi funding. And we can do that without a gold-plated project that costs a fortune. But I think we need to be clear around the table about the other implications of not continuing with this project. The people that I talk to in the community, they don't want to hear any more about consultant reports, about business cases, GPSs or BCRs. They don't differentiate between what decision the last council made, what Let's Get Wellington Moving said, what Greater Wellington say, or what Waka Kotahi say. What they see is us failing yet again to deliver investment to an area that desperately needs it. They see another review, another delay, and more money wasted. And the young people I talk to see it as a slap in the face when millions of dollars get sunk into projects that they will never use, but we can't deliver anything in the centre city that they use every day. So if we take this decision today, we have to take that on the chin, and we have to make it our priority to deliver a meaningful alternative fast. Every day that we let our main streets languish while other places around New Zealand create attractive city centres that prioritise public space and people is another day that people lose faith in us. The second point I want to make is that I really don't want us to fall into the trap of thinking that all we need to do is give the place a tidy up. I went down to Courtenay Place this morning with my tape measure and I measured up, and now for most of the street, which should be one of our prime streets for entertainment, dining and socialising, a place where we want people to be enjoying, the only public space you have is a 3-metre wide footpath on either side. And in between, you have 18 metres of road corridor for 6 lanes of vehicles, 2 lanes of car parks, 2 bus lanes and 2 lanes of general traffic. That doesn't make any sense to me. If you want to attract people to the centre city, you need to give them a practical public space they can actually use. That doesn't have to cost a fortune because it's really not what it looks like, or if it has fancy new tiles, it's more about how you can actually use the area. A lick of paint, some pavers or any other cosmetic changes won't solve anything on its own. If you want to make it a great place to be, it's as simple as extending the public space, adding practical improvements to the streetscape, and bringing in safety and accessibility improvements like better lighting. The Golden Mile delivered a lot of that, but it also did a lot of other expensive stuff. And unfortunately, we're back at square one. We have to deliver something meaningful and not just token investment. The pressure is on us, so I hope that we can work together and work fast to deliver something. Thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Brien, and we have Councillor Rogers next.
Yeah, I guess I've kind of become the numbers guy, so I'll start with the numbers. I really want to talk about the report that we're basing the decision off today. When it came out, I spoke to quite a number of economists, urban planners, transport professionals, and every single one of them was puzzled by the political decision about what a mode of transport is in the report. I mean, we all know Wellington is a city of walkers and public transport users, and any person would assume that the benefits associated with making it easier to walk or use public transport would be monetisable transport benefits. And that's exactly what all of the guidance from Waka Kotahi would say as well. I'm not suggesting that all of you go home and spend your weekend reading the Monetised Benefits and Cost Manual or the Investment Prioritisation Method, but I did enjoy reading it myself. And as Tim has highlighted in his submission, these documents make it very clear that all of these modes of transport that were excluded from the transport-related BCR are monetisable benefits, and not only monetisable benefits, but also prioritised benefits within the Prioritisation Manual, which is around the current GPS and making people move more effectively around our city. It's in my view that something as fundamental as this undermines the quality of the entire report, because the most fundamental guidance that our government provides on the way you should assess transport projects has not been followed. And I could forgive an omission that's within a margin of error, but one at $189 million on such a significant project is not something to look away from. And it's not just that the transport economics are out by $189 million. When you go to the wider economic investigations that they did, there are many occasions also backed up in the Q&A where they illustrate that they have no evidence to back up many of the claims that they are making around economic impact. Instead, they have chosen 50% in the example of people being disrupted by the Golden Mile as because it's halfway between 0 and 100. It's just the midpoint of all of the possible options. That means they're suggesting that someone going to celebrate their birthday on the Golden Mile, there's a 50% chance they just don't celebrate their birthday at all. When I think it's far more likely that someone would go to a very similar establishment in somewhere like Cuba Street, just 500 metres away. I think it's obvious that this is a place that needs investment. But unlike the previous decisions where we've had many people coming in and demanding us to make this investment, people are fatigued. They think that better things in Wellington are not possible. They look at this and think that it's just the same thing again, and that we cannot change our trajectory from managed decline into a city that actually grows and improves people's well-being. And I think that's a sentiment the room needs to acknowledge. This project has been going on for 10 years, and the costs we're facing now have not just been the result of a predatory delay leading to constant reviews and new business cases, and it hasn't just been a financial cost for the continuing decline of that part of the CBD. As Shamabeel Ekib's cost of stopping tool estimates, it's also cost us 188 jobs connected to this project simply by continuing to delay it. It's my sincerest hope that if this resolution is to pass and we are to make an investment in Courtney Place, it's that we do deliver something and we don't just start another 10-year cycle failing to deliver a tin mile when we could have had a golden one.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. And councillors, I don't see any other hands. If you're waiting for each other, this is the chance for you to put up so I can have the list. Okay, Councillor Chang and Councillor Compton.
Thanks very much for these eloquent comments. I look at these two projects. I look at the Golden Mile project as we've discussed, it's a transport project, but it's also an urban renewal. Now, at times we actually separate these two and we say, okay, what does it mean for transport and then what does it mean for urban renewal? So, of course, we want to do both things. But I see these two as being intricately entwined with each other. And so, it's very, very important to actually ensure that your transport through the city is actually efficient and runs well. And so it seems to me that we go out and we do consultations. So we talk to businesses, we talk to various different entities about what they would actually like to see in Wellington. But I've been thinking a lot about the transport and how it actually runs and how efficient and how do we actually make it better. So this week, every time I get on the bus this week, I've talked to the people on the bus, but also the bus drivers, and I've asked them three questions. I've said that we're going to be talking about the Golden Mile this week, and so what is your view on the 80 to 100 buses that Metlink tell us that are going to create congestion around the Golden Mile? If we continue to increase the number of buses down there, what is your view on this? And so then, do you think that this actually will come up and that the whole city will come to a standstill if we actually put more buses on? Or do you think, so then the second question is that, do you think that we should actually divert some of this traffic and it would make it better if we actually implement the Harbour Quays road down there? And do you think that people would use it? So I've asked each of these drivers these things. This morning I had a bus driver who told me about, yes, of course, the objective of the bus is actually to come through the city, to go through the city and to pick up passengers. It's not to consider so much the speed and the time of transit. It's the important thing is to ensure that you actually get those customers. So when we run through the city, if you have 10 buses in a row, then does that actually stop you from picking up those passengers? And he said, no, it doesn't, because in fact, a lot of passengers would say that they actually don't mind that at all. If we run 100 buses an hour down Lambton Quay or through the Golden Mile, it doesn't make any difference to the passengers, because in fact, they may actually see a benefit in it because they actually see when their bus is coming, which is the important thing to them. They're not thinking about how long does it actually take us to go through the city. If we save a minute or 2 minutes or whatever the number of minutes is, what we want to do is we want safe transport to actually come through the city and to be reliable. So that's what we want. So then he talked about the Harbour Quays project, and he said, yes, of course, anything that makes the buses run more efficiently is a good thing, but we're not convinced, as the bus drivers, we're not convinced that people will actually want to come from where they're working, where they're shopping, from the Golden Mile down to the Harbour Quays to actually catch a bus. So it could be a problem. It doesn't seem to be studied well enough to actually implement that and to tie that in with the Golden Mile. So as far as their views on the Golden Mile, and it was 3 out of 5 bus drivers who said that they think that the current procession of buses through the Golden Mile is perfectly adequate, and they don't think that a big change will actually benefit it. So I think along with transport, you also look at the urban renewal. And so I think that if you look at how we actually run the buses, they said that the problem to them is actually quite clear. Where the hold-up is coming
Councillor
through the city...
let me give you an opportunity to wrap up, because I'm just giving 3 minutes to everyone, and you're making a lot of good points, but I want you to wrap up.
So what they said, and they all agreed on this, is that where the hold-up, where the problem is in coming through the city, it's not down the Golden Mile per se, but it's actually in Manor Street. And so they said that the problem with Manor Street is that it's so much narrower than the rest of the Golden Mile. And so what they're finding is that people will jaywalk across there. He said only last week he had a pedestrian walk in front of his bus because he was going very slow through the Manor Street. And so he said that's what the problem is. So we need to solve those problems first. So.
Definitely. Thank you, Councillor Chang, and for your valued contribution. Next, we have Councillor Foon on the list.
I won't deny this is not a hard position, being one of those councillors that's been alongside this process for a very long time. Thank you for acknowledging that, Andrew. But before us today is a decision to, put the Golden Mile to bed, even though we've spent 12 million on it so far. But it's not just the Golden Mile itself. It's a definite direction for Wellington City and all the economic and transport benefits that go with it. Auckland has a master plan. That's a great guidance. And this was our master plan, if you like. So if we were, or if I'm being asked to jump ship for more delay, reduce the scope, I'd need a clear direction on the outcomes we are after to do that. And at the moment, I've got to say that with this council, I do not have one. There's no vision or direction. So I look to the tri-plan. And the tri-plan has a transport strategy that'll take a while to get the priorities right, and a commitment to relook at the walking strategy. Okay, that's great. I'll look at the existing walking strategy, which clearly makes walking a mode of transport, which is not even quantified in the BCR transport. So how can I have confidence that walking will be considered as a priority going forward? We're also being asked to give up the economic benefits that this project would deliver. We know by looking around the world that pedestrianising cities is beneficial. We don't really need a BCR to tell us that. The UK even calls it the pedestrian pound. Locally, Alistair Cox, one of our leading architects, says for Courtney Place, pedestrianisation is key. And I can't see, with a budget of 14 million needing to go on paving alone, how we're going to provide places for people. Interestingly, I was at a seminar the other night with Chris Bishop, speaking freely and frankly, of the downtown project in Auckland. His words, councils just aren't being ambitious enough. And what we can't see are the psychological benefits which these big projects bring to a city. So, Chris, I'm sorry, we cannot deliver these psychological benefits by the looks of it today, which Wellington so desperately needs. So today, I can say that I won't be supporting the amendment in bulk because I think we had an opportunity to revise the procurement process to get a better outcome. I will be considering supporting some of the more minor works that have been going on. I really appreciate the collaboration with the business community, and I am disappointed that it takes us this to bring 91,000 worth of cleaning every week to the council, to get it passed at this committee. And I'll likely support that, but I ask for the same consideration when we go to look at Newtown, as it also desperately needs some maintenance. Thank you.
Yeah, just a bit of correction that the 90 plus K was per year and it's not per week, and in that space, just...
apologies, Chair, and actually
fair.
I meant that to clean it per week.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, fair enough. Next we have Councillor Matua on the list.
I want to talk about three things today: predatory delay, organisational capacity to deliver, and government co-funding. The first two, and I'm sorry, I am going to get into those entrails a little bit, because they are the reason we are here today, having made so little progress on a long-standing, popular city-shaping project. The third, because the risk of losing much-needed government funding for Wellington City looms over today's decision, for me at least. The reality is that there are some people sitting around this table who have never supported this project and have put endless time and energy into stopping it. Notices of motion, amendments, attempts to intervene with central government, various agencies of the state, to undermine both the decisions around this table and the will of Wellingtonians shown through multiple consultation, have been, quite frankly, exhausting. Sadly, despite them never having to date won a vote against this project, their wishes have been brought to fruition today partly by a council organisation that was either unable or unwilling to meaningfully deliver on decisions and timelines set by elected members. Contracts went unsigned inexplicably for years. Work was delayed and delayed and delayed. And during that time, the conditions to deliver this kind of project worsened hugely. Wellington has been let down by some of its elected members and by this organisation, in my opinion. Advice on the impact of changes to the Golden Mile on government funding has completely changed and leaves me with massive concerns that in the name of fiscal prudence, we are potentially kissing goodbye nearly $70 million of government funding. I hope I am wrong, but this is the advice that this organisation has provided to us. In 2024, our officers told us, and I quote, "Officers anticipate that such a deferral would mean loss of the previously agreed Waka Kotahi whā funding for the Golden Mile, which equates to at least $66.49 million. In addition, we risk the implications of continued problems with bus reliability and travel time delays, loss of social licence with respect to the committed delivery of the project, and risk to the security of the Waka Kotahi funding for this project and associated relationship risk." More recently, in November last year, and I quote, officers said, in their letter, NZTA have confirmed that the project will need to be assessed against the current GPS if any changes are proposed that are more than minor. If the project is reassessed by the NZTA board, officers would rate the risk of losing a significant portion of the funding as high as the new GPS does not prioritise pedestrian and cycling improvements. Today, the paper tells us that government funding was never confirmed and we should never think of ever having had it, and not to worry about losing it. These words are of little comfort to me. I hope the government funding is retained, but I have little confidence in this advice, given how radically it has changed with no explanation. In the time that we have wasted not delivering the Golden Mile and defending it from political opposition and fearful bureaucracy, nearly every other city in this country has pedestrianised streets, attracted business and increased vibrancy. We have not. It is not just Auckland, Christchurch and Dunedin. I am ashamed to say even Invercargill has done more than us. It seems we can't have nice things and instead are going back to the beginning of the line on a bus that, like Councillor Foon has outlined, does not appear to have a clear destination. As I have got one more point.
Yeah.
As I have said, I hope I am wrong about government funding. I also hope that I am wrong about this council's boldness to reallocate street space for people. But we will see.
Thank you. And next we have Councillor Calvert online. Oh, actually Councillor Compton first.
Thank you, Chair. During my campaign, I spoke to working alongside the private sector. They bring expertise, they are incentivised, they take ownership, and they take on risk. In short, they know what they're doing. The private sector has developed a plan in absence of council, and we must work alongside. The review has proven that council investment in the public realm will return significant benefits. Couple that with the private sector investment, and we have a recipe for great things. More certainty, buy-in from businesses, growth, jobs, and a place for everyone. I have always said targeted investment, which has a return on that investment, is smart spending. The community feedback I have received was overwhelming in support for spending less, but making it safe, making it clean, and supporting everyone having access. I support increasing the cleaning and maintenance, moving from monthly to weekly. I was quite astonished that it's not done like that anyway. I also support a sprint to bring back options earlier than originally recommended. We must give certainty to businesses and get shovels in the ground. We have waited long enough. I support the recommendation to do a sprint to work up options collaboratively with councillors or elected members. I also support the recommendation to establish a project board with elected members being represented. This is essential in re-establishing trust and governance of our capital projects. I'll also say to Councillor Matthews' comment around we don't have nice things or we don't deserve nice things. If we'd had stronger governance over our capital projects, we would have had more money for nice things. So this needs to be established, and it needs to be established straight away. So I support this in full. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I've been on this journey for quite some time. And I wish more people around the table had been willing to look at ensuring whatever solution we went for met the needs of most Wellingtonians. But I want to start saying this debate is not what this debate is not about. It's not about that Courtney Place, whether Courtney Place needs investment. It does. It's not about Wellington, whether Wellington should invest in itself. It should. And it's not about the original aspirations behind the Golden Mile, which were well-intentioned. They just weren't executed. But the question before us today is much simpler. Is this still the right project at this cost for Wellington in 2026? For me, the answer is no. Good governance means willing to change course when the facts change, and the facts have changed and the risks materialised, as some of us had pointed out right at the beginning. Costs have escalated significantly. The city's finances are different. City growth projections have not met forecasts. The economic environment is different. The project before us today is not the project Wellingtonians were originally asked to support. But I think one thing I think is important to acknowledge is that this isn't simply a Wellington City Council project. Let's Get Wellington Moving was a partnership between the council, Greater Wellington Regional Council and NZTA, with involvement from central government. They helped shape the program, supported the Golden Mile proposal in its state as it was, and agreed to fund 51% of it. And I thought it was quite interesting. Councillor Fu mentioned Chris Bishop. Well, Chris Bishop was also reported in the paper this morning as saying some other things about Wellington City Council, which I won't repeat here. The lessons from this experience belong to all of the partners involved, and they should all be willing to adjust, not just us, but NZTA and Greater Wellington Regional Council. But regardless of how we got here, we're the ones making the decision today about how best to use ratepayers' funding. So one of my main concerns throughout this process has been Wellington has been very good at planning projects and much less successful at delivering them within budget. We've got a great Te Matapihi, we've got a great now Civic Square, but a lot of things have come in over budget. And I think we've got to remember, until this term, this council was giving priority to focus on ideology, but that doesn't pay the bills, especially when that comes from ratepayers. Please don't interrupt. I didn't interrupt with your comments. This council does have a shortage of strategy, or doesn't have a shortage of strategies, frameworks, and master plans, but we have a shortage of completed projects within budget. And so while we've spent years debating this project because it wasn't on a good foundation, Auckland has built an underground railway. I'm not suggesting Auckland gets everything right, but at least they built something. But though we do not need Aucklanders who don't know our streets, our businesses, or people telling us what they think we got wrong. So this is why I welcome the substantive motion. For me, one of the most important changes is that we will first agree the problem we're trying to solve, the outcomes we're seeking, the investment parameters, and what's in and out of scope. For too long, we've debated solutions before we've actually really understood the problem that we're dealing with now. The current project has become too expensive, too complicated, too difficult to deliver, and is not delivering what most people expect. And I think it's interesting, when people from different political perspectives start reaching similar conclusions, it's worth paying attention. This isn't about abandoning Courtney Place or the rest of the Golden Mile. It's about learning the lessons of the last decade and focusing on solutions that are affordable, practical, and deliverable. And so that's why I will be supporting the amended substantive motion. Thank you.
Councillor Rubai.
Thank you, Chair. It's no surprise that this is one of the hardest decisions before us today, because it asks us to balance two things that both matter: our vision for Wellington's future and our responsibility to manage our projects and books wisely, as we have been told time and time again by Wellingtonians during our campaigns. I do want to acknowledge that the Golden Mile project is very close to my heart. In a different world, one without financial constraints or disruptions, I would have no hesitation in pursuing a truly transformational vision for our city centre. Because I believe in what the Golden Mile represents for Wellingtonians. I believe in a city that prioritises people and public transport that is accessible, frequent and reliable, and safer streets, and in a vibrant city centre that supports residents, visitors, workers and businesses alike. The question before us today isn't whether those aspirations are worthwhile, because they absolutely are. But as much as I had hoped we could do more, I am supporting these recommendations in full because we need to finally deliver something. Wellingtonians can't afford to keep waiting, and they don't want to. As elected members, I believe that our role is not to only dream for Wellington, but to be good stewards of public resources and responsibly. We must weigh long-term benefits against immediate pressures and consider the real impact on residents and businesses who have already carried years of uncertainty. I also don't want this debate framed as being for or against Wellington. Everyone in this room, I believe, wants a thriving central city and a transport network that works. We just differ on how we get there. So if we proceed today, I do hope so that we do that with urgency, and that we finally deliver something meaningful for our people. I do respect that we will all come to different conclusions, but whatever side we're on, Our responsibility is the same, is to make the decision we genuinely believe serves Wellingtonians' long-term interests and leave us with a city that we are proud to pass on to our future generations. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
I wasn't going to speak, but then I thought you might think I've got some sort of issue by not speaking. I'd just like to say I have endured this project from the start, and I walk, bus, drive down parts of the Golden Mile almost every day. And I'd just like to say I'm delighted we finally have a sensible proposal, which I will be backing by voting for it.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I speak as one of the minority of elected members who has always opposed this project. And in fact, I've opposed this project since it was first decided upon in 2021. The reason I opposed it is because the option 3 transform picked in 2021, which is costed at $79 million, was for pedestrianisation and cycling at a time when I thought the priority was for us to improve our public transport service. And I'm a huge champion of the Wellington bus service, which I think is the most naturally successful bus service in the whole of New Zealand, if not Australasia. I mean, our bus service has recovered to above pre-COVID, something that Auckland and Christchurch are yet to do, with no investment towards it. People love the bus service and it's well used. And I would like to see it used more. And the fact that the Golden Mile project did not support this was the main reason why I have always opposed it. I think too, though, that I don't want to dwell on the past and on the political manoeuvrings that have happened from a significant amount of Wellingtonians who have also seen this project as not adding value. I want to focus on where we are and where we want to go forwards. I do support improvement of the public realm in Courtenay Place, and I look forward, in terms of supporting the recommended option, to seeing options towards doing that, because Courtenay Place is supposed to be the fun heart of Wellington, and it's stopped doing that. I am a little bit concerned that as part of doing this, we need to better address the public safety issue in Courtenay Place. It's not just about more space for pedestrianisation as outlined by Councillor O'Brien. It's about making this place an attractive place to get to and to be. And I think a great public transport service along the Golden Mile, which I'm sure we can improve, will go towards getting people to that place. The Mayor outlined in his debate that that the city has changed and we have different needs. And I think that's the part I want to focus on, because different needs means different ideas. We have learned a lot through this whole exercise, and one of the things I think we've learned is adversarial attacking each other is not a good way to progress improving the city. And I think in terms of bringing this motion forward, we've actually been working together and trying to find compromise on what's needed. Because how we do this is every bit as important as what we do. And I look forward, and I hope everyone who's interested in the Golden Mile has their say, either by directly emailing us or all sorts of things in the next few months, so that we can get the best outcome. And I fully support this motion.
Right of reply. Oh, sorry. Is there anyone else I'm missing? Pui Kelly? Yep, Pui Kelly.
Just briefly, otherwise you might think that I'm not interested, but I am. I acknowledge that 139 million is a significant investment. However, doing nothing is not an option. So I support progressing this work. I'm disappointed that we are not progressing Te Aroha Park component at this stage, but that said, there's still some green space within the project, and perhaps there'll be opportunities to revisit that in the future. This morning was the first time that I heard that the proposed pathways would be granite rather than brick, and my first thought was, wow, it really is a Golden Mile. But then my second thought was whether that was an unnecessary cost, and when we were told that the granite is more durable, safer and cheaper to maintain over time, then we should consider the whole of life value rather than just the upfront cost. For me, the key point is that we need to make progress. We cannot afford to spend money carelessly, but equally we cannot afford to stand still. So I support moving this work forward, and I encourage us to keep applying common sense, practicality and value for money as we do so. Thank you.
Kia ora. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, everyone. I mean, I've had the joys of being active on social media. 2 messages this week: go with exactly what's scoped or spend absolutely nothing, and both have been screaming incredibly loudly. And in guess what I'm going to call a classic Ben McNulty move, I'm going to disappoint both camps. I want to firstly acknowledge essentially the sentiments of the agreed colleagues. This is a bitterly disappointing decision. It represents a scaling back of ambition. A large number of Wellingtonians feel disappointed, and they are right to be. I just want to acknowledge that. Councillor Matthews laid out some things quite well. I still am perplexed when FIFA World Cup came in here. Mayor Whānau made a call to delay construction. She got pulled into the minister's office in the last government over it. What were we delaying? I have... no, there was no contract, apparently, anyway. But I have no doubts the quality of the project of the Golden Mile, and it's just really simple. If we could deliver what was scoped in the existing envelope, we'd be going ahead. But we came into this council, we got told in December there is no construction contract, we're $80 million over budget, and that has required us to look at a different way of doing things. But there's no go button here to press, I guess is the key thing. It's not just a case of we could find the money and then there's someone to do this. There's no fixed price contract, there's no one willing to take on the risks of underground contaminated soils and a lack of mapping. I want to acknowledge also Councillor Rogers' concerns around the review findings in terms of speccing the benefits. I guess, though, they really just sit secondary to the fiscal reality that we have a P50 at $210 million. We started at $60 million with a corresponding co-investment. We're now needing to service another 100. That's if we come in within that P50 budget. And last week, we had a slide in our LTP briefing, which I really think every councillor here needs to commit to memory. It was the indicative reduction required in total rates at the top of a 4% rates cap that this government is planning to legislate imminently. That's $26 million in 27-28, $43 million in 28-29, and $45 million in 29-30. Those are huge sums. And I know I'm a broken record here on this, but that's $26 million of real tangible money we will not spend next year. If you have felt yourself in the last few months antagonising over decisions were made on grants, arts, climate or economic funding, then the next year, because those are no longer core services according to the government, we are going to have some really tough decisions. And LGNZ earlier in the week laid out for us that there's a much greater degree of legal risk to provide those non-core services. So you think about what does servicing the debt at the P50 mean? That's another $4 million we have to put onto that $26 million next year to pull out of arts, pull out of climate, pull out of grants, pull out of economic development funding. That's the kind of scary stuff, and I don't know if that's permeated yet. Of course, there's a chance of a change of government come November. I'd have my views around that, but I'm also pragmatic. There's never been a one-term government in MMP, or I think indeed since the 1970s. So I will, for now, pursue what I'm calling my incredibly crappy North Star, which is that's the fiscal reality we're about to fall into. So I think what we've got here, it is a stretch goal, but it's a tangible and it's a different way of doing something because we've learned the last 3 years how not to deliver a project. It's going to deliver change. It's going to release latent demand in the private sector of other owners along Courtenay Place that want to do something. It will dramatically improve the public space and usability of Courtenay Place for Wellingtonians. As councillors, I guess we build political capital through this table, and this is my intentions to spend mine, to cash it out on getting this project forward because I want to show that Wellingtonians, despite the myriad of issues that we're up against fiscally from the government, that better things are indeed possible, and that is all I will be driving through this paper over the rest of my time in council.
Mayor Little, right of reply.
Yes, thank you, Jen, and thank you, fellow councillors too. And I just want to acknowledge too the expressions of frustration and exasperation that have been made and the passionate claims that have been made. And I think that indicates right around this table, this is a council whose councillors are passionate about Wellington and want the best for Wellington and want better for Wellington, and that's what we're all here for. I just want to respond to a couple of points. Just again, Councillor Rogers referred to the review report, and I think I've seen plenty of commentary pulling apart bits of the report. I think there are two things about it. Of course, some of the assessments of components of the value are uncertain, and that was confirmed in the briefing that we had last week. But the critical point is this, is that regardless of where the BCR number sits, the context in which we're required to deal with this issue is that the cost of it has gone up, roughly $60 million. And that increase in cost falls entirely on Wellington City Council. And so I know Councillor Matthews is concerned about a potential loss of NZTA funding, Waka Kotahi funding. But if we have to weigh up risks and the consequences of those, we can't be in a position where we carry all remaining liability, including cost liability, and in order to receive the central government funding, we carry on regardless, because we will end up spending more than the $70 million we might otherwise have got, and that can't be a basis on which we proceed with the project. We are making a trade-off here and now, and a trade-off that largely has been imposed on us because of other projects that this council has, or previous councils have approved, that have gone way over budget. And we've heard about them, the town hall, even Te Matapihi, and the sludge minimisation facility. The price of those projects going considerably over budget in some circumstances is that it constrains our future options. And this is what's being constrained. The Golden Mile project has been constrained because we can't afford another $60 million. And that is regrettable, and that is disappointing. But I think the challenge for us is not to be defeated by it, but to do what we can with what we've got. And that is the challenge of creativity, of innovation, and ultimately of leadership, and the collective leadership of this council, is to accept the constraint that we're under, to accept that we have to do what we can with less than what we might otherwise have had, and to do our best with it. And I'm confident that we can. So my plea to councillors who are deeply feeling, totally justifiably, a sense of disappointment, a sense of frustration, is that kind of when we get over the emotional impact of this decision in the next few days, is to then think how we can work together to achieve the best we can with what we've got. I think there is an opportunity to do something really special, to address the issues that Councillor O'Brien was talking about, not just for today, but for the future as well, because that's what we are required to do. And much as I strive to establish a good, constructive relationship with ministers in the current government, they've posed or placed constraints on us too, not just a future rates cap, but a number of other factors as well. So this is the environment we live in. Those are the circumstances we have to act in, and our role as leaders, collectively as leaders, is to do the best that we can in the circumstances that we've got and with the resources available to us. And I think this decision gives us the best chance ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to you all councillors. It's been a very passionate and respectful discussion. And before I go to the vote, I think we will separate 2.1 because Councillor Tiefenbacher declared a conflict of interest, and my ruling is basically to respect what he declared. So we will just vote that one separate, and he will be away from the table. And then, are there any? Would you want the rest as well to be separated? What number do you want, Councillor?
From 2.3, 2.4 to 2.5 separately, I think.
Cool. Let's go through.
Can we also have a division, please?
Yeah, we will have a division, and we will go through one by one. And now we will vote on number 1, receive the information. Those in favour, please press green. Those against, press 2. Councillor Tifanbaka, you are allowed to vote for number 1, receiving the information. So cool. Declared, and we go to the next one. Yep. 2.1. So this is agree not to continue with the current 2021 approved scope. Thank you, carried. We'll go to 2.3. This is approving the 150K from City Growth Fund for Tiaroha business. Carried. And 2.4. This is for requesting officers to report back on the options. Carried. 2.5. This is delegating, for the cleaning, 91K per year, and for weekly cleaning on Corny Place. Declared carried. Now we go all the clauses together, and then we'll take division as well. All the remaining. Yeah. So this is including the amendment about working with Greater Regional Council and
Chair, apologies. Is it too late to take 2.25 separately?
we have already.
Yep, that's right. Okay.
All of the remaining clauses. Yeah. I declare the motion carried. And
could we take an adjournment, please, Chair?
Okay, wait. So we normally have
5 minutes for a whare paku.
Okay, and then we will come back for 20 minutes, or how everyone feeling? Okay, let's go to lunch and come back 1:10. Yeah, 1:10. Yeah, thank you. councillors, and welcome back again. And the next agenda item is micromobility fee setting and vehicle caps. Please welcome Liam, Moana, and Anna to introduce the paper.
Kia ora tātou, councillors, no mai, haere mai ke tēnei pūrongo, the micromobility report. This is a report that stemmed from the Revenue and Financial Value Working Group from the Planning and Finance Committee, and we were asked to do two things: have a rethink about lifting the cap and explore opportunities to increase the per ride charge. And the report is before you. We'll take it as read, and we've got Moana and Anna here to answer questions.
Any questions, councillors? So the plan is to move the substantive amendment together. That you can ask a question on that one as well. That means if that one failed, we're not going to go back to the option 3. That means we're not going to have any paper on these decisions. Am I right, Steve? Can you explain that to councillors?
Kia ora, councillors. So I just wanted to draw your attention. So procedurally, you can see here that option 4 is being moved as the new 2. And while in this we crossed that out to show that what the officer's recommendation wasn't moved, but that's just an officer's recommendation. So procedurally, if people would like to go back to any other options, so if people would like to go back to option 3, then that would be done by amendment. Otherwise, this is the motion on the table to be discussed today.
Before I decide on including the amendment as a substantive, is there anyone who are against that move? Cool. I have checked with you all, so I think we're going to include that as a substantive amendment. Do you have a question either in the substantive amendment or in any of the recommendation from officers? Councillor Randall.
Yes, this recommendation to go to 2,000 is officers level of cap. What sort of level did the operators actually ask to go towards to say they thought that's what was sufficient?
So you would have heard in their submissions this morning that they were saying 3,000, but what they would actually like is no cap, and for that then to be managed internally with staff based on demand.
Okay, and so the other question, and I'm sorry I haven't been through that side of the Q&A, it's been very late. In terms of reported incidents and accidents with e-scooters, is that declined, or is that reasonably constant, or where are we at with that side of things?
Through you, Chair, it's fairly constant. It's very small.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Cool. Thank you, Moana, Liam, and Anna. The remover for the motion. Councillor McNulty, and also explain and tell us why you're moving the substantive amendment as part of it. So
yeah, look, I don't think I'm going to reshape any councillors' minds on micromobility through the auspices of debate. You either like it or you don't. So I'm just going to talk through what the amendment is actually doing, so there's a clarity in the room of the changes that are being proposed, and then we can take the debate from there. So can I just get you to scroll up a little bit, please, Steph? I'll just talk through these. So the first clause, number 2, is to go to a maximum vehicle cap of 2,000 devices, subject to negotiations with providers, and also within the code of practice to increase the deployment in suburban areas, so that we're not just going up to those vehicles and we're expecting them to saturate the CBD further. Within the code of practice, we have a deployment requirement of 25% currently in suburban areas. The operators are happy to have this lifted so that you'll see more devices in more places rather than just more devices in the CBD. The next change I've made is to look at number 4, which is just to go through a review of parking spaces for micromobility, dedicated micromobility parking spaces. There was some advice in the Q&As about we have Mevo spaces that could be reallocated, so we wouldn't be looking at transferring or changing existing car parks, but nonetheless the decisions to do that would go through a traffic resolution process. We're not signing off any changes of car parks for anything today. We're just asking officers to look at the options. The number 5, so at the moment the rules stipulate a certain number of e-scooters and a certain number of e-bikes. This basically just moves to a device, a per vehicle allowance. So 650, and the operators, being commercial operators, can choose how they fill that, whether that's 650 e-scooters, 650 e-bikes, something in between. But also something that Auckland has that we don't is seated e-scooters, quite common in other parts of New Zealand. We haven't had them here, and this just makes explicit delegation for them to introduce those should they wish. And then the final one, and this came from Councillor Compton, that I've incorporated in the amendment, is to direct officers to report back on safety options in shared spaces within the inner city to reduce the potential harm between pedestrians and other modes of transport, such as e-scooters and cycles. And this is driven, obviously, by concerns in areas like Oriental Bay, so that it was a no-brainer to include that. So substantively, the big change here is going from is a recommendation of 2,000, but remembering that code of practice changed so that the executive devices are seen more in suburban areas and saturating the CBD, some more parking spaces, giving operators more discretion on the types of devices they provide, and report back on safety.
Do you have a seconder for the mover? Cool. Before I go that, as a chair, I can just change the ruling. So I'm going to ask a quick question to Liam. And when we allocate the numbers, how are we doing? Example, if you see Flamingo, at least from what they told us, they do have some social responsibilities and they are doing some community-based works. And I hope they're doing the same for Lime as well. Is there any of that work factored into in allocating how many they can get?
Well, the short answer is no, Mr. Chairman. I think you heard Lime today present that they were just on the ground now trying to form some of those relationships, and indeed they were partway through that. Upon selection through the tender process, they offered up opportunities for that type of engagement, and we expect to see that get picked up to a similar level that Flamingo has. But for the moment, it is an even allocation of the cap that we're discussing today is what is proposed.
So when it comes to the reporting as well, if you see Flamingo, they said the response time is about 12 minutes if a complaint was just lodged through the Fix-It app, which is connected to Wellington City Council. And the other one, they don't even have that. And how are we making them accountable? Is there any consequences for any of irregularities?
Just to be clear, Mr. Chairman, that we do monitor that, and I think the contractual obligation is that they have that compliance response time as well, and the staff monitor that and take it up with the provider if those response times aren't being met. I don't know the frequency or regularity of it, but I'm seeing my team nod. Moana, if you'd like to add some more, please do.
I think we just need to be clear that Lime have only been operating for a couple of months. Flamingo have been operating for quite a long time, so they're much more set up. So I don't think it's a fair comparison to expect Lime to be at the level of Flamingo in terms of that community engagement, but they have told us that they are planning to do that.
Another one is just maybe around, along that engagement. Last night I was at Brooklyn Resident Associations, and where they asked me a lot of questions. Later on, they sent me an email passing a motion actually saying that they oppose council increasing. And I received an email from Blind Society along the same line. The engagement, even Flamingo, are they engaging with those communities as well? I think a bit of losing that legitimacy might going to be a problem alongside, further along. So what kind of engagement do we have with the community from their side?
So both operators provide us with monthly reports, and that lists out who they've been engaging with. So off the top of my head, I can find those for you and provide them to you. But the Flamingo do engage with blind and low vision communities.
Cool, thank you.
And they also take there are photographs taken of when they're parked to make sure that they're parked properly, and that's where they get that response time to come if they're not. Both providers have signed codes of practice with us, where safety and accessibility are at the very top of our list of priorities. But the reality is there are more things on the street as well. So obviously some communities are going to struggle with that.
Cool. Last question would be, I know Councillor McNulty has worked with officers on this. Do you have any worry with councillors giving a direction on this space?
No, we have a good relationship with both the operators, and we'll work with them to make sure the rollout is done thoughtfully and based on demand.
Thank you, Moana and Anna and Liam. Now I move into as a second, Councillor O'Brien, do you want to speak now? Any debate? Councillor Young, a question. Too late now, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know it's before, but I already seconded. Now we moved in. I could have changed the ruling, but I'm saying no. Yeah. Do you have a question for the mover or? Go with your question, and then the mover will respond to it as.
I'd just like to know on number 2, subject to negotiations with providers, what that really means. What sort of negotiations?
Okay, cool. Your question is noted, and then he will respond it. Oh, Moana, do you want to respond it? Yeah, let's make it flow today.
The negotiation is around the per vehicle fee. That we, the increase that we get for allowing them to increase the number of vehicles that they have. And you'll see in the paper we've tied those two together. So it's not you can get the increase and no fare. That's the negotiation.
Any debate? Okay, right of reply. Hold on. You want to speak, Councillor Riwiti?
Thank you. We've heard about the value of micro-mobility to our communities, including e-scooters, e-bikes, and what they bring to our city, our businesses, and our volunteer community. I'm also grateful to the many people who have taken the time to contact us. In particular, I want to acknowledge contributors such as Thomas Bryan and Blake Forbes, who have brought thoughtful and informed perspectives to the discussion. We have a debate or discussion that gets framed often as being either for or against e-scooters. And as decision makers, I think our responsibility is to move beyond the binary and ask whether we can achieve balance where operators such as Flamingo and Lime can provide a valued service while residents feel safe and confident using public spaces. I am concerned that we may be focusing heavily on commercial operators while a much broader micromobility market has emerged around us, including increasingly powerful and high-speed privately owned devices. And that points to a governance challenge. We need to equip our officers to investigate this rapidly evolving environment, provide elected members with the evidence needed to make informed decisions. We also need to stay ahead of the technological curve and regulatory developments and work constructively with our central government on matters such as vehicle standards and enforcement and where and how these micromobility devices can legally operate. At present, my sense is that greater separation between pedestrians and micromobility users is likely to be part of the situation. I think we all agree. And that may require investment in dedicated infrastructure that enables people to travel safely while reducing conflict in shared space. But as governors, I think we really need to endorse to our officers to go to keep ahead of the curve of technology and contribute to the conversation with central government about how we manage this. Thank you.
I have Councillor Young, Tifambaka, Arubai. Anyone else I'm missing?
So I accept e-scooters are here to stay, but the question for me is how many? Several major cities have banned rental e-scooters due to safety reasons. Cluttered sidewalks and high injury rates. Paris, Prague, San Francisco, Singapore, Barcelona, which also bans all e-scooters from footpaths. And in Japan, license plates are required. So I'm one of the representatives of Lambton Ward, which is the area in Wellington most affected by the advent of e-scooters. Wellington claims to be the walking capital of New Zealand. That was until e-scooters introduced chaos and anxiety to our footpaths. For pedestrians, sharing the footpaths with e-scooters has been described as akin to swimming with jet skis. One ED doctor has called for compulsory helmets and companies attaching them to the e-scooters. And I think they should have the same regulations as cycling. They are currently only allowed on the footpath or the road. They should be on the cycle lanes, but I realise that's not allowed at the moment. ACC reported e-scooter injuries have risen steadily since 2020 as usage has increased, according to an NZTA safety review. In Auckland and across New Zealand, the growth of e-scooters as a transport option has been matched by a rise in accidents and injury claims. Most accidents are in the 15 to 29-year age group, but half the accidents are for people aged under 25, with a large increase in claims for 10 to 14-year-olds who shouldn't be riding them at all. ACC claims have risen 85% since 2022. Relevant ACC claims have risen 85% since 2022, and up until January this year had cost approximately, just under $50 million. So I realise they're here. I think they're pernicious. I think it's scary. They're silent. They're silent and deadly, possibly deadly. I don't want to be melodramatic about it. So I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, I guess I'm similarly opposed as well. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Flamingo when they present. They're an excellent organisation. They follow every protocol they possibly could do. So it's certainly nothing against the operation. It's actually against the e-scooters themselves. I've had 3 employees be on ACC for weeks on the basis of e-scooter injuries just in my little old business over the years, and that has a massive cost to us in inconvenience, if you like, and also obviously in ACC payments. So I think there are other sides of the equation which we haven't quite heard about. We certainly saw it in the emails sent to us over the last couple of days, whereby there are a lot of conflict between pedestrian and e-scooters. I almost think this is something we should have consulted on insofar as I do think this is a greater public interest, and I think there is probably a lot of diverse opinions out there. So I will be voting against it. I don't think we should have any. I think the question will come in time whether we need any more, but I think the question should be coming in time of whether we need any, full stop. And as has been pointed out in some of the emails, it is actually people that would otherwise walk taking an e-scooter. So Wellington has always been a great walking city. We still are, but we don't want to make it any less so.
Councillor Rubai.
Thank you. I'd like to note that I'm not dismissing any concerns or fear around safety regarding e-scooters when supporting the school papa. They are an environmentally friendly transport mode for those who are able to use them, and I know they're well used by many. Excuse me. And maybe one day someone can teach me how to ride one properly without wobbling. But I do acknowledge the concerns, and they do come from communities such as our elderly, disability and blind community. And I do want to stress the importance of safety and the measures that we take as a council to make sure our pedestrians are supported and looked after, and that we're able to advocate for them within central government when there is an opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Councillor Chang.
I've agonised over this decision because I consider myself to be one of the early adopters. About 9 years ago, I actually imported a e-scooter over from Japan. I brought it back in my luggage, and I used that to ride around the office and the streets where I could. And so I actually really like it. I sort of compared it to my youth, where I used to push a scooter, a normal scooter without the motor. And so I think that they are a great thing. But increasingly, I've actually talked to so many people that have had issues with them. We all know about the Oriental Bay Residents Association, their submission about people that ride e-scooters too fast along Oriental Parade, along the waterfront. There's every day when I go out onto Willow Street, I see e-scooters coming through Perrett's, past the red light, through the red lights on Perrett's Corner. And so clearly, this is not the fault of the companies, of Flamingo and Lime, because they can't control those riders. And so, but the riders misbehaving. And so how do you actually stop that? But I think that because of the sheer number of people that have told me about experiences that they've had, where they've been hit by them, I've had cars that coming out of a driveway where they've been hit by an e-scooter coming along because people just can't hear them, and so, or see them. And so I feel that at this stage I would vote against this, but I actually asked officers for advice because I think that I would like to see this come back to us again in a short time, whatever that period of time is, when the scooter companies can actually say that, look, the number of complaints that we've received, the number of accidents that have been happening have reduced significantly because of these actions that we've taken. And so I've had extensive discussions with Flamingo about how that could actually be done. I'm really impressed with the fact that they've actually limited the speed along Oriental Parade to 15 kilometres, because I think that would go part way to actually resolving some of these issues. But the problems are obviously still there, just judging by the number of complaints that we receive. So I don't think that we're quite there yet, and we're quite ready to actually increase the number of them, because the more you get on there, the more likely these accidents are going to happen. And so I don't need to repeat, the ACC accidents, the reports of people riding badly and riding along the footpath in areas that they don't. But it's very, very hard to identify the difference between these, the Lime and Flamingo, and privately owned ones. And so that is an issue that we actually need to look at. So maybe we need to look at those things before we actually approve a greater number of scooters. So at this stage, I would like to see us revisit this again and put on the forward program. But at this stage, I can't, in all conscience, vote for this. Thank you.
I have Councillor Randall on the list. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay. After Councillor Randall, Councillor O'Brien, if you want to speak. And
yes, look, thank you. E-scooters is a technology which I really want to work. It offers a very nice and nimble alternative way of accessing to walking, faster, and if treated properly, it is a safe, I think, and fun way of travelling. I just want to note that since we were talking about conflicts of interest, that Councillor McNulty has not actually declared a conflict of interest, even though he can frequently be seen arriving and departing from meetings on his e-scooter. But look, I just know he's a fan, and I don't actually have a problem with private e-scooter use. For me, the issue is the rental scooters, and in particular, it's just the parking of the rental scooters on pavements. I was particularly moved by a number of people who have contacted me, particularly Thomas Bryan of Blind Low Vision New Zealand. This is a group of disabled people who need high quality pedestrian access, and I think that high quality pedestrian access around the Wellington CBD is our absolute top priority. We want a walkable city. We keep talking about a walkable city, and insofar as scooters lying over on the ground or being blown over is getting in the road of that, and so far as disabled people have trouble navigating due to these scooters, I think that's a problem, because we want it to work, and I think it's a cultural thing. I'm not into banning the scooters. I'm not into removing them. I just think we need a little bit more time to get the culture right and the systems right, so we don't have these hazards on the pavement, and so that we can, in confidence, have. It's a wee bit like they have cycling in Amsterdam. The cycling in Amsterdam is very well established. People ride very reasonably and sensibly and with great courtesy, and e-scooters are a bit too new to Wellington. They can be reckless, as we've heard, and accidents do occur. I'm particularly concerned about accidents to pedestrians who are sharing that same pathway, and so for that reason I'm reluctantly going to have to vote against this motion.
Actually, after the speech, I thought you're going to be even supporting cycle lanes now, Councillor Randall. I will go to Councillor O'Brien now.
So we know that the demand for micromobility is increasing. So for me, it makes a lot of sense to cater for this demand. As we heard earlier from Flamingo, we sit well below other cities for our cap. And as somebody with a disability, micro-mobility is a really important tool for helping me navigate the city. However, this becomes redundant when there is a limited number of vehicles and you have to walk a long distance to find a vehicle. And this is something we've heard from other groups this morning as well, our Māori wardens, tourism operators and community groups. But we've heard the concerns around safety issues for pedestrians as well. But I'm reassured by the safety measures that are included in this amendment, the measures that operators like Flamingo already have in place. I think a 12-minute response time is exceptional, and the education approach makes a lot of sense to me. In my view, we should be focusing on addressing the negative behaviour rather than a blunt instrument of capping vehicles, which punishes the people that rely on them and use them responsibly. So if this passes, I'm looking forward to continuing to work with the operators, council staff, the disability community and other stakeholders to increase safety for micromobility throughout the city. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, right of reply, Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I thought I'd better just address the conflict of interest first. This paper seeks to increase the number that Flamingo and Lime have. I have my own private e-scooter, so I do not partake of their services on a frequent basis, ergo I do not believe a conflict of interest stands. Nonetheless, I almost feel like I should wheel it in because, just talk about them being scary and things was interesting, but this is just this is just reasonable, practicable changes. I always find it interesting when I'm on the side of private enterprise and some of my more business-minded conservative colleagues are not, but this is just allowing operators to meet the demand for e-scooters as required in the city. You heard from Moana before that their demand is around 3,000 to unlimited. We're not going anywhere near that in what we're operating today. We're going up to 2,000 subject to the negotiations. Again, the deployment in suburban areas is there to mitigate disproportionate impacts in the CBD. I think, though, one thing I can certainly reflect on is that there has been a real change in micro-mobility. I think when I came in at the end of 2022 was, if not daily, at least weekly, an email about an e-scooter that was coming through to all councillors. They were a high interested impact area of public concern. 4 years later, if we get one a month, we're doing relatively well. And of course, I'll note that per Flamingo's own statistics, that more than 50% of their complaints come from one single person. So I think that reflects actually the wider community when you have how they've actually settled into the city. Councillor Young and Rewedi brought up the points around the government changes required, and yes, they do. The fact that e-scooters actually can't legally ride in a cycle lane is absolutely ridiculous, and anyone on an e-scooter would want to be in a cycle lane, so I look forward to the government hopefully progressing that relatively common sense change, because more e-scooters off the footpath and onto roads or onto cycle lanes is a good thing we can at least all agree about. So let's proceed to the vote. I guess for those that wouldn't want to see the increase of the 2,000 and clause 2, I'd still think you might want to consider supporting 2.1 so that you don't see a disproportionate impact in the CBD by allowing a greater mitigation spread, but that is entirely up to your own votes.
Yep, definitely. Thank you, councillors. Now I put the motion that been moved and seconded, and there will be division. And let's vote on number 1 now. Number 1 is receiving the information. Should we just vote all except number 2 and 1? Okay.
Clause 2 was what she wanted separate.
Okay, let's vote 1. Yeah.
This is just receiving the information. Yeah.
Declare carried. Let's vote on number 2. No, 2 first and then 2.1 after. Agree to option 4, adopting the maximum vehicle cap of 2,000 devices subject to negotiation with providers. I declare the motion carried. Now we vote on 2.1. This is agree to increase the code of practice from a minimum 25% deployment in suburban area. I declare the motion carried. Now we vote number 3 and the remaining altogether. Are we good? Okay, yep. Councillor Foon. I declare the motion carried. Now we move to agenda item 2.2, Council Controlled Organisation Operating Model Review. Please welcome Anna and Jamie to introduce the paper. Someone is excited.
E ngā rangatira, tēnā koutou. This report provides councillors with the findings and recommendations of the council-initiated review of the CCO operating model undertaken by Martin Jenkins under 17A of the Local Government Act. At a high level, the review confirms that our CCOs are performing well individually, but the system as a whole is under increasing pressure, particularly from financial constraints and the need for stronger alignment and coordination. Financial sustainability is the most significant issue, with the zoo representing the most immediate and material challenge. In response, a staged approach is recommended. Phase 1 focuses on strengthening the current model, improving alignment, governance and coordination across the system without making structural changes at this stage. This includes exploring a more coordinated role for Wellington NZ, building on the functions that they already perform. We're not recommending progressing broader structural change, such as considering CCO amalgamations at this stage. That reflects 2 key factors. One being the venue strategic activity plan for our civic performance venues and the upcoming long-term plan decisions, and then 2, the likelihood of council amalgamation across the Wellington region. Together, these mean it would be premature to make structural changes now. Overall, this is about improving how the system works now, while ensuring elected members are well positioned to make significant decisions once we have greater clarity on key factors such as council amalgamation. Happy to take any pātai, any questions. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Jimmy and Anna. And the first question from me would be, is there any recommendation that the advisors included and you are not advising us to continue with? Or is there any they recommended and they didn't recommend you are also included in this paper? And what are those, if there is any?
So one item there, I'm sorry if I've understood your question correctly, one item that we're not recommending continuing at this point is the transitioning, looking at the transitioning of Capital E back into council. There's a few reasons for that. We are happy to explore that in depth, but there's a number of things there. It's unlikely to result in any cost savings. Actually, there'll be a bit of an increase in cost, and there's a few challenges there in terms of whether particular lines of funding from the Ministry of Education would still be available to us if it was in-house. But then there's also the capability of staff we would need to hire, and staff that would have the capability that Whakaponeki Experience Wellington currently has for running Capital E. So more than happy to explore that further. But our initial recommendation is that it does not appear to provide any operational or financial benefit by bringing that in-house.
Cool. My second question would be, when you receive any report, a review, or that sort, and there is an interpretation of officers, there will be an interpretation of the reviewers. Is there any interpretation differences between theirs and yours in this specific paper? If so, what is it?
I can probably answer that. I think the phase 2 recommendations about potential amalgamation of CCOs, potentially we had some different views as officers from our experience with working with CCOs than the reviewers did, because there wasn't material, very obvious benefit from a financial point of view of making those changes. It was all about what potential performance uplift you could get from a systems point of view if you group different CCOs together. And from us, that's very unquantified at this point of view. So I think our perception there from an officer point of view is any potential amalgamation of CCOs would need to be proceeded with caution.
So what you're saying is any differences in either interpretation or the recommendation they put forward and the recommendation you put in front of us, any of those differences, something that you would be working through, one, as part of amalgamation, two, as part of and going forward, if it is the right thing to do, exploratory.
Yeah, correct. I think Jamie and I were very, very cautious with this review, that it was an independent review and we weren't colouring it with what any of our personal opinions were. We both have experience working in CCOs. We've been working with CCOs, so, there is always going to be some element of bias that we bring to this process. So we were very clear that it was important to get the brief right, which you signed off, but we didn't try and lead the reviewers in any way. I think what I'm saying is that any potential amalgamation decisions that this council makes at any point now or in the future just needs to be very carefully considered and with a really thorough business case.
I'll go to some other councillors and get back to my more question. Councillor Carvett.
My first question is, and it might be one for the mover, but it's, in number 7, it's referred to for councillors. Shouldn't that be elected members in Puiwi?
Yes, not a problem.
Thank you. And my second question is, we saw the draft report and elected members and Puiwi were given opportunity to feedback. Can you tell me what sort of, if any significant changes were made to the report following that feedback?
No significant changes were made to the report, but one of the key things was, and it's in the appendices of the report, so there were two workshops were run, as you noted, Councillor, one with all councillors. There was another one with all of the council-controlled organisations, the chief executives and the board chairs. And so the key themes of the feedback from both of those workshops are in the appendices of the report. So it's very clear that the views that were shared, and certainly. Those views have informed our officer recommendations. I think to a couple of the good points, that Anna's mentioned there. Certainly the how to potentially proceed with considering CCO amalgamation. I think that came through quite strongly from both councillors and from the CCOs that we should first see what happens with council amalgamation before considering any structural change for our CCO. So that certainly informed our officer recommendations.
But I'm interested to understand what Martin Jenkins might have changed in the report following our feedback.
They decided just to append any feedback, both from the CCOs, unless there was a factual inaccuracy, because again, as I said, it was an independent report. So how they reflected that feedback was to attach it as an appendix to make sure it was captured in the report, but it still remained an independent report.
I appreciate that, but we were given an opportunity to help shape the report. So does that mean to say that the report, if I did a comparison of this report to the draft we were shown, would I see pretty much the same report?
You would see pretty much the same report with the addition of the appendices of councillor feedback and council-controlled organisation feedback.
They
didn't change the body of the report.
They didn't change.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions, councillors? Cool. If no more, I think thank you, Anna and Jamie. Councillors, if you don't have, I don't see it's anyone got a strong view in including the noting amendment. And I'm conscious of time, so I'm happy to include that, to be included as a substantive amendment, the noting amendment. So do I have a mover for the motion? Councillor Matua.
Okay. Just briefly, colleagues, because it's been a longish meeting with some big items, but I just want to thank in particular Anna and Jamie for their work stewarding this review, and for both everybody around this table, but also the CCOs themselves for their participation with it. I think it gives us some useful information. There's definitely some stuff about our engagement with them that I intend to try and think about when the CCO committee meets, and their kind of desire to have more strategic relationship with us. I know we have a lot on, and but we are in a dynamic environment, and I think that that's important that we keep talking with the CCOs about what changes and how that will impact their future operation, and that we continue to work through those financial challenges as identified. So thank you.
And Councillor Foon, you seconding the motion?
I'm not aware that I'm seconding, but I'm happy to, and I'll speak if that's okay. Yep. So just to speak to recommendation 7, thank you for the mover and chair for putting this in the substantive. And it really is just to try and address point in paragraph 11.2, the 6 critical findings that the strategic alignment is partial and inconsistent, and this is particularly around an integrated system view, particularly in relation to the long-term investment and asset management. So it's just really about putting our focus that it's important that we give that some time. Thank you to everyone for the feedback to get that looking better for all of us. And probably just to acknowledge the Wellington Zoo situation, that there is a significant and immediate financial challenge that they have. And so it's really good to see that being identified through these processes and also raising its head to us more clearly. Just thank all the CCOs for going through the review. I know that's always challenging, but I think the participation seemed good, and I was satisfied that the Wellington NZ edition wasn't going to impact on their focus too much, because they often do get lumped with more and more, but like us in central government, without the funding to achieve it. Kia ora. Thank you for the support.
Anyone else? Councillor Corbett.
I did have my name on the list.
So.
Okay, first up, thank you for the how that elected members will be working through with the CCOs on the strategic plans. And in particular, I think we do have to deal with the zoo. I've been a long proponent of the zoo is a regional asset, not a city asset, because it's the only zoo in the lower part of the North Island. It has visitors from across the region, and I think this is one of our CCOs. It's a bit like our regional stadium trust that needs to be supported regionally, and I think that would help the financial sustainability of the organisation. And I also think it's fair that the region supports the zoo. And I hope through our amalgamation conversations, and even if there isn't amalgamation conversations including this, that we should start having a discussion with our regional partners that this is a critical asset that we really need to start the conversations on. Having said that, I'm not going to support number 1 and 2. When this review was mooted and was underway, I asked the chief executive at the time, could elected members, and in particular those ones who had served on CCO boards, to have some input. And I got a variety of feedback, but in the end, we didn't get an opportunity to feed back in until the draft report was prepared. We were then asked for feedback, and now I find that essentially all our feedback has been incorporated as an appendix. So, in fact, whatever we said didn't shape in any way the report, and I just don't. I find that unacceptable. So, otherwise, what was the point of asking for our feedback? Yet CCOs and CCO board members were able to give their feedback prior to the finalisation of the draft report. So I'm not going to support 1 and 2 because of that. I know there's some other aspects to this, but I am disappointed that despite some, I know some of us gave some quite comprehensive feedback, all that is classed as an appendix to the report. Thank you.
Councillor Timbaka.
Yeah, I'm probably going to take the contrary view to that, where I think if we have independent advice, it needs to remain independent, and we need to not actually dictate how it comes out. I think from what we've seen from the CCOs, I think most of them are actually managed incredibly well. But I've been very impressed. So I'm more than happy to wait for amalgamation before we even look at anything. But I do think the officers have made the right choice by actually allowing it to be entirely independent, because I think sometimes our input will actually shape things in a way that doesn't actually give us a true picture of what things are going.
Yep, it's good to see different views. Same thing. Anyone else? Okay, right of reply, Councillor Matthew.
Yeah, I guess I just want to note that councillor feedback has been taken into account when the shaping of the recommendations rather than the writing of the report, which is the appropriate place for that feedback to be taken into account. I know the feedback that I gave is there in shaping the recommendations in terms of not making structural changes to our CCOs when we're in the midst of a conversation about the structure of local government in our region, and also about the differences between the CCOs and sort of needing to make sure that we don't create risk for some of them by lumping them together in ways that are inappropriate. So I think that is the appropriate place for our feedback to be taken into account, the actually more important place in terms of the recommendation. So I'd like to thank our officers for taking our feedback into account and shaping the recommendations accordingly.
Thank you for good debate on those issues. And now I put the motion that has been moved and seconded for a vote.
Chair, can I ask that 1 and 2 be taken separately, please? I'm happy for them to be taken together.
Okay.
The division too.
Can you just put it down?
I decided not to do a point of order before, by the way.
Just give me a second. So we will be doing 1 and 2. Let's focus on. We had a really good day, and let's finish it in a good term. And we're voting on number 1 and number 2 recommendations. Yep. What was number 1 and 2? Yeah. Okay, which one's 2.1? So, Councillor Calvert, do you want to take 2.1 separate, or how do you feel about that? Or it can be...
No, I'm happy.
Okay,
I'm happy for. Look, I was comfortable with 2.1 voting for it, but whatever you want.
So we did 2 and 2. Now 2.1 and the rest all together.
Yeah, that's fine.
The remaining clause, including 2.1. The motion declared for this one carried. Let's vote for the remaining. This one is 2.1 and everything else as well. I declare the motion carried. Agenda item 2.3, decision register updates and upcoming reports. Please welcome Liam Hodgett to introduce.
Thank you,
Liam.
Mr. Chairman. Just take the report as read and happy to take questions.
Councillor Rundle.
Yes, I just noticed in the next council committee meeting there's a report coming about relocating the Wellington Museum to Tākina. So I knew that was a possibility flagged to us in the previous updates from CCO, but is there going to be any initial or early information about this before we receive the actual report, in terms of a briefing or some information supporting the background to why this initiative has come forward?
Cool. Anna, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, happy to. At this stage, with fewer briefings and workshops being planned, our intention was just a paper and report, but we're happy to work with whatever elected members would like.
Okay.
So
and follow up?
Just in terms of not necessarily briefing, but I was wondering if officers could distribute some preliminary information around the background to
Is that possible,
this proposal.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, good. Other question, Councillor McNulty.
I mean, it's
Deputy
partly
Mayor
answering
McNulty.
it. I thought we might have been with Matua discussed the possibility of a drop-in session for the Wellington Museum. So that's also on the table if councillors require it.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Regarding the bond store, I've requested from officers the estimate of how much it will cost to actually strengthen the bond store, and that information is still pending.
Okay, thank you. That's noted. I'm sure there will be. Yeah, Anna. Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Councillor Calvert, do you have?
Yeah, can I just ask that we get information about the proposal for the museum to move into Tākina before the end of this month, please?
Is that something that you can do, James, Anna?
The only thing we won't have is the bond store element of it in terms of the strengthening
That's
costs.
fine.
But we can absolutely from an Experience Wellington point of view.
Yep, that would be good before we break for recess. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, that's noted. Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Any more questions? Cool. Do I have a mover for the motion? Councillor Compton is not here, so who's the lucky one? Councillor Tivenbacher. And do you want to speak to it? Seconder? Councillor Foon. Any debate? No. Let's go for a vote. I declare the motion carried. Public excluded reports. Yeah, this is for the CEO review and appointment subcommittee meeting, May 20, 2026. I will now, should we go to public excluded?
So this is the vote to go into public.
So I will invite officers recommend that the public is excluded from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting. I will move the motion. Do I have a seconder? Do you have a question, Councillor Rundle? Yes. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I know this is about appointments and not getting ahead of the decision, which I support, but I was wondering if the officers had any information about when this minutes of this part of the meeting would be made public.
Jamie or Anna?
I think as soon as you confirm them and we let the candidate know, we can make them public as part of the minutes of the meeting.
I think there is a process once we made a decision. Is that right, Jamie? But I think it's going to be as soon as possible. They're just going to release once they reach out. And
yes, so there is a process. It's basically as soon as possible. The Democracy Services team is it usually happens, I think, within maybe a couple of weeks of the meeting, but they are then able to put the decision up on our website. But yes, as Anna mentioned earlier, the first point is we need to confirm with the with the candidate, and then it's usually within a couple of weeks. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do I have a seconder now for this motion? Councillor Tiefenbacher. And is there any debate? Nope. I now put the motion for vote. Councillor Rogers. Councillor Rogers. I declare carried. Let's take a minute to turn the live stream off. So cool. We will close the meeting with Karakia. Unuhia kite urutapunui kewatia kimama tetinana tewaro etiara tanku kuilara arongo fakakirika ki uronga kuatia kewatia ira kuatia. Councillors, this weekend we have Hurricanes playing. You are all, I'm sure, going to be, supporting them, with the exception of someone on my left. Just that road, Jordy. Cool. All the best to Hurricanes and all Whites as well, who are playing in the World Cup. And have fun. Good weekend.